Chapter 787. Wind-seeking city was bustling with activity. It was different from the sand region. There was no arena, but there was a coliseum. It was a more exciting and bloody battle. Beasts fought against beasts. That battle was more tragic than a martial arts battle. Death was common. Perhaps only in the blood region would there be such exciting things. In the south of the city, there was a majestic building complex. That was the Colosseum. There were many cages on both sides of the wide street. There were all kinds of beasts in the cages. The cages were made of star-patterned steel. The beasts couldn't break through them at all. Moreover, these Colosseum were backed by powerful experts and mysterious beast tamers. They could control any situation. The huge cage was 10 meters tall. There was a divine wolf in it. It was snow-white and had a pair of wings on its back. It stared at the passers-by with ferocious eyes. Beside it was a black rat. It was as big as a mountain. Its breath carried a strong demonic aura. The demonic beasts in this place were extremely powerful. I haven't eaten wild meat in a long time. I wonder how the meat is? A strange voice suddenly sounded. Suddenly, the whole street quieted down. Many people turned their heads, looking for the strong man who dared to say such arrogant words. Soon, they locked onto a handsome young scholar. They looked at him carefully and shook their heads. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't look like a strong man. It was impossible for him to say such words. No one paid attention to him after a few jeers. The young scholar blinked and said, "If you don't behave, I'll sell you." This young scholar was Lin Xian in disguise. The arrogant voice from before was the work of the Crimson Dragon. After changing his appearance, Lin Xian came to the place where the beasts were fighting. There were many onlookers in front of him. They cheered from time to time. Lin Xian was curious, so he walked over to take a look. He saw two mutated beasts fighting in the huge cage before him. One of them was a black tiger with white tiger stripes all over its body. It was very strange and mysterious. His opponent was a 3-meter-tall divine condor. Its golden feathers were like golden steel and emitted a dazzling light. Whoosh! The divine condor flew into the air like a ball of golden flames as it charged towards the black tiger. Roar! The black tiger was enraged. It let out a roar and leaped into the sky. Its sharp claws were like swords and sabers that tore through the void. Boom! Clang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the two beasts collided dozens of times. Every time they collided, it was as if lightning had struck each other. The golden divine eagle let out a cry. Like a bolt of golden lightning, it quickly grabbed at the head of the black tiger below, wanting to crush it. Ka! This attack was narrowly dodged by Black Tiger. However, the hard ground was shattered and countless terrifying cracks appeared. The center had been reduced to dust. The strength of the two exotic beasts drew cheers from the crowd. Countless people were cheering, and the atmosphere was lively. Soon the black tiger was enraged. The white tiger stripes on its body shone brightly, and a powerful aura spread out from it. It was a terrifying energy that carried a terrifying pressure. As soon as this aura was released, the surrounding beasts immediately prostrated themselves as if they were worshipping their king. Could it be the power of bloodline? Some martial artists were shocked and exclaimed, "Not only did martial artists have the power of bloodline, but beasts also had the power of bloodline. They were not weaker than humans at all." The black tiger in front of them obviously had the power of bloodline. Roar! The white tiger stripes were like white jade. They were extremely dazzling and formed a huge shadow of a black tiger above. It looked disdainfully as if a real demon had descended. The golden divine eagle felt threatened and let out an even sharper cry. Its body shone with golden light, and every feather was as sharp as a divine sword. Its entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of golden divine flames. Its aura was not weaker than the black tiger in front of it at all. Although it did not have the power of bloodline, the golden divine eagle was not weak. especially its eyes. They were as bright as the sun, as if they could see through everything. Divine eagle eyes. Could this be the legendary divine eagle eyes? Someone exclaimed again, looking very excited. What's the divine eagle eyes? Some martial artists were puzzled and asked. The divine eagle eyes is said to be able to see through everything. It can see the trajectory of the opponent's moves. It's very powerful. This divine ability originally belonged to the demon race. It was later evolved into a divine ability by the human race's experts. I didn't expect this divine eagle to have such a powerful divine ability like the divine eagle eyes. Roar! An earth-shattering sound rang out, as if thousands of thunderbolts were descending. As the black tiger moved, the huge tiger soul above it also launched an attack. Boom! This attack seemed to devour the sky and split the earth. The entire ground cracked like a python's web. The huge cage also shook and was about to break open. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. Fortunately, streaks of colorful light suddenly appeared on the ground, forming a huge rectangular light array that enveloped the two mutated beasts. This was a defensive array set up by the experts of the War Beast Castle. Dust clouds filled the air and rocks flew everywhere. The momentum was extremely terrifying. However, the golden divine eagle was not hurt. Its eyes emitted a golden light that could see through everything. In other words, it had completely seen through the black tiger's powerful attack. In the next moment, the golden divine eagle appeared in the void. It spread its wings like two clouds of golden mist. On its wings, every feather shone like a divine sword. Buzz! The golden feathers were like divine light, forming streaks of sword chi that shot down quickly. It was as if thousands of divine swords were surging in the sky. The entire rectangular space was completely covered. This divine ability was very shocking. 108,000 streaks of divine light joined together and quickly drowned the black tiger. Roar! 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 The black tiger was unwilling to resist. It led the huge shadow to counterattack. However, the golden light was too sharp. It directly pierced through the shadow and body of the black tiger, nailing it to the ground. Blood flowed. A powerful mutated beast had died. The divine eagle retracted its wings and stood proudly, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. Everyone was shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. At this moment, the people of the War Beast Castle smiled faintly and said loudly, "This is the golden divine eagle, a 9th rank demonic beast. It is still in its infancy. Its future is limitless. This time, we will launch a beast battle. Which expert is willing to give it a try? If you win, you can take it away directly. You only need to pay 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones to fight with this divine eagle. You can even obtain this powerful mutated beast. 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones is a precious opportunity. Everyone, don't miss it." Hearing that, the entire War Beast Castle became excited. Countless martial artists were envious and excited. They couldn't wait to go up and fight. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Chapter 788. The Colosseum's decision made everyone excited. Many of them were eager to give it a try. They had seen how powerful the golden condor was. Even the mutated black tiger with bloodline power was no match for it. Moreover, it was only in its infancy. If they could subdue it and wait until it reached adulthood, it would definitely be a super powerful help. No one wanted to miss such a good opportunity. The middle-aged man from the Colosseum smiled at the fiery scene and continued. "Now, I will state the requirements of the competition. First, you can only subdue it. You can't kill it. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of our Colosseum. Second, although this golden feather temple is extraordinary, it is only a 9th rank demonic beast, which is equivalent to the human spirit detecting realm. Therefore, those who participate in the competition must suppress their cultivation to the spirit detecting realm. As long as these two conditions are met, you can participate in the competition. Of course, if someone doesn't know how to suppress their cultivation, we also have a special formation that can definitely help you. Now, everyone make your decision. Hearing this, everyone started to discuss again. However, most of them shook their heads and the fiery passion in their eyes disappeared. This golden feather temple was too powerful. Its combat power was definitely comparable to a venerable. Suppressing one's cultivation to the spirit-detecting realm to fight with it was an act of seeking death. Although everyone was envious, they weren't fools. They wouldn't do such a dangerous thing. Suppressing cultivation? Not bad. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was interested. Then he stood up and walked toward the Colosseum. In the crowd, many martial artists were discussing. Among them, there were a few young men in luxurious clothes. Their eyes were shining. This golden feather temple is not bad. If we can train it to be a mount, it will definitely be cool, said a young man. Oh, Brother Chin, are you interested? The person beside him smiled. I am indeed interested. However, suppressing my cultivation might be a little tricky. After all, this beast has the divine eagle eye. It can't be underestimated. The martial artist called Brother Chun hesitated. Suppressing his cultivation meant that he couldn't use the power of his martial soul. Therefore, it was normal for this young man to hesitate. That's easy. The young man in silver white clothes smiled and said, If Brother Chin is willing, I can talk to the Colosseum. I can guarantee that Brother Chun will be unharmed. Really? Chinda's eyes lit up. He knew the identity of this young man. This young man had a deep relationship with this war beast castle. If he asked, he would definitely be able to do it. Thank you, Brother Lung. Chinda cupped his fists. Don't worry. Leave it to me, the silver-clothed youth said with a smile. Soon he returned. All right, Brother Chen, you can go now. Seeing the other party smile, Chinda felt agitated in his heart. He knew what the other party meant. This was an intentional gift. Thank you, Brother Lung. Chinda said excitedly. From now on, Brother Lung's matters are my matters. Soon after, his confidence was greatly boosted as he walked toward the war beast castle with his head held high. Brother Lung, are you going to give away such a good exotic beast just like that? Someone asked, his heart aching. What do you know? The silver-robed young man scolded in a low voice. The Qin clan and the Yen clan have a close relationship. Chunda's mother is a member of the Yen clan. If we befriend him, we will be able to form a relationship with the Yen clan. Yes, Brother Lung, I understand. That person said, then became a little excited. At this time, Chinda had already stepped forward. Let me try. A loud voice rang out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. A figure, like a ghost, left a string of colorful afterimages in the air. It was like a flickering light and passing shadow. It was very elegant. Good movement technique. Brother Chin, you must be an expert in the academy. Academy? Everyone was shocked when they heard that. There was only one place in the blood realm that could become an academy. That was Senmu College. I didn't expect that a disciple of Senmu College would also come. As expected of Senmu College, that movement technique is powerful. Everyone was envious. After hearing that, the arrogance on Chanda's face became even stronger. He was like a proud rooster, insufferably arrogant. His body swayed, and he landed gracefully. Immediately, Lung Yu and the others clapped and cheered. Chun-De felt great in his heart. Like an emperor, he stepped forward and walked towards the cage. However, his face soon darkened. That was because in front of him, a figure was already standing in front of the cage and would walk in at any time. This scene made him very unhappy. Someone dared to steal his limelight. That was undoubtedly courting death. Didn't they see that even the Lung family was trying to curry favor with him? Everyone was also stunned. They had thought that Chanda would enter quickly, but they did not expect that someone would be one step ahead of him. When did that person come out? Why didn't I know? Who knows? But he's obviously not giving face to that person. He's a disciple of Senmu College. He's a prodigy among prodigies. That kid is probably out of luck. How dare he steal from Senmu College? Someone gloated. In the crowd, Lang Yu's face darkened, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. He had planned that day to curry favor with Chinda and build a good relationship with the Chin family. Now, someone had dared to ruin his plan. That made him want to kill that person. Chinda was even more furious. That was supposed to be his opportunity to show off, but someone dared to interfere? And now, that person did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Seeing that, his face darkened, and he shouted coldly, "Stop right there! You in front, I'm talking to you. Stop right there." That shout was like a clap of thunder that resounded in all directions. Finally, the figure in front stopped. That figure was naturally Lin Xian. He was quite interested in that matter, so he wanted to give it a try. However, he did not expect that someone would interrupt him. Lin Xian turned his head and frowned slightly. "What's the matter?" His voice was cold, and there was even a hint of displeasure. Of course, anyone would be displeased to be stopped for that matter. Moreover, the other party's attitude was so bad. Therefore, it was normal for Lin Xian to be displeased. However, that attitude was different in Chinda's eyes. How dare a little scholar treat him with that kind of attitude? He was displeased. Who was he? He was a disciple of Senmu College, a prodigy among prodigies, and the young master of the Chen family. Did he not see that even the Lung family wanted to curry favor with him? "You're just a nameless little scholar. You should be grateful that I didn't make you kneel. How dare you talk to me like that?" In Chanda's opinion, that was unforgivable. "Kid, leave if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," Chinda said gloomily. He wanted to get his hands on the golden-feathered eagle first before dealing with the other party. "Leave? Why should I leave? I want to fight," Lin Xian said calmly. "Fight? You?" Chinda sneered. He did not sense any powerful aura from the other party. Moreover, from the looks of it, the other party did not seem to be a powerful expert. Therefore, in his opinion, the other party's fight was a joke. "Kid, I'm giving you a warning out of kindness. If you go in like that, you'll be eaten in less than one move. So hurry up and leave." Chapter 789. Chinda's words were full of contempt and disdain. The others also laughed and shook their heads. They had witnessed the power of the golden-feathered divine eagle. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to subdue it, let alone this skinny young scholar. "You don't have to worry about whether or not I'll be eaten," Lin Xian said calmly, then turned around. Chinda trembled with anger when he heard that. This kid was really arrogant. However, he could not act rashly. After all, he had already revealed his identity. If he fought with a nameless martial artist, it would be a loss of face. At that moment, Lang Yu walked out of the crowd and said coldly, Brother Chin is a genius disciple of Senmu College. He said that for your own good. Moreover, Brother Chen was the one who suggested this fight. You should know the rules of first come, first served." His voice was sinister and carried a serious warning. First, his words revealed Chen's identity again, revealing his identity as a student of Senmu College. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke someone from Senmu College. Second, he stood at the top of the rules and pointed out that Chanda was the one who suggested it. Logically speaking, Chanda should be the one to do it. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. But Lin Xian did not react. Senmu College? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Using this identity to bully others was fine, but it was useless against him. Senmu College is very powerful, but the same can't be said for its disciples. After all, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. As for the issue of first come first, I'm really sorry. Before Brother Chin said anything, I had already moved. So, logically speaking, I should be the one to go first, Lin Xian said calmly. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. This young scholar looked weak, but when he spoke he was not weak at all. He dares to compete with someone from Senmu College. How bold! Not necessarily. He might be an expert. Everyone discussed. They felt that this young scholar might be extraordinary and an expert. Leng Yu and Chenda looked gloomy. Chenda stared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly gaze. If they were not in public, he would have killed Lin Xian with a palm. Leng Yu sneered, "Since you insist, I can't do anything about it. As for the order you mentioned, we really didn't see it. How about this? Let's let the people from the War Beast Castle decide. They know who arrived first. What do you think?" Leng Yu stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the War Beast Castle quickly said, "Young Master Qin arrived first. He should be the one to fight first." "Haha, what do you think? You shouldn't be able to refute the words of the War Beast Castle, right?" Leng Yu looked at Lin Xian with a mocking smile. He was, of course. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although no one noticed, many ancient martial art practitioners had seen that Lin Xian was the first to move. The people from the War Beast Castle should also know, but now they said that Qin arrived first. The meaning was self-evident. It seemed that the young scholar was going to be unlucky. Lin Xian looked at Leng Yu and the middle-aged man's expression and immediately understood. He sneered in his heart. If he guessed correctly, this arrogant young man was in cahoots with the War Beast Castle. However, he did not point out. Instead, the corner of his mouth rose. "If that's the case, then I will wait. I think it won't be long before I can go on stage." Lin Xian chuckled. He then walked to the side, opened his folding fan, and rested comfortably. "Humph!" Leng Yu snorted and smiled at Chinda. "Brother Qin, please." Chinda nodded and stared at Lin Xian. "If I go on stage, you won't have any chance." "That's not necessarily true." Lin Xian smiled faintly. "Idiot!" Leng Yu sneered in his heart. He had already arranged everything. How could there be a mistake? Chinda also looked arrogant. "Kid, open your eyes and see what a genius is." Then he quickly walked into the War Beast cage. "How is it? Are you ready?" Leng Yu asked. "Don't worry, young Master Yu. The beast tamer is ready. This time, that beast won't even be able to use half of its strength." The middle-aged man from the War Beast Castle also transmitted his voice. War Beast Castle. This War Beast Castle was actually the Leng family's force. No wonder Leng Yu was so confident. Leng Yu gave Chinda a done look, then retreated to the side. Buzz! A huge blue light matrix was formed, covering the entire War Beast cage to prevent the energy from leaking out. At the same time, next to the middle-aged man from the War Beast Castle, there was a martial artist wearing a big black robe, secretly controlling the golden-feathered divine eagle in the matrix. "Be my mount obediently. This is your glory." Chenda sneered and quickly rushed toward the golden-feathered divine eagle. Boom! A terrifying big palm fell, grabbing at the golden-feathered divine eagle. Although its strength was suppressed, its power was still very terrifying. As a mutated beast, the golden-feathered divine eagle was arrogant. How could it allow a human to challenge it? Therefore, in the next moment, it also attacked, grabbing at Chinda. The huge golden claw covered the sky and quickly grabbed down, as if it could tear everything apart. Clang! The two collided, and a terrifying aura surged in all directions. Fortunately, there was the blue matrix, or the nearby area would be turned into ruins. The surrounding audience was shocked and carefully looked at the scene in front of them. Bang! 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 Chunda attacked continuously. The terrifying big palm covered the sky and the sun like a huge mountain, quickly attacking the opponent. Every time, there was a thunderous sound. On the other hand, although the golden-feathered divine eagle was angry, it was firmly suppressed. This, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the powerful, golden-feathered divine eagle to be suppressed as soon as it came up. As expected of a disciple of Senmu College, He's really powerful. Yeah, even if his cultivation is suppressed, he's still incomparably powerful. Everyone praised. Good job, Brother Chen. Brother Chen, you can do it. Lung Yu led a group of people and also cheered loudly. He wanted Chen to feel the feeling of being revered and worshipped. However, not everyone thought so. Some experts also noticed the clues, and their faces changed greatly. But out of fear of the War Beast Castle and Senmu College, they didn't dare to say anything. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart. With his eyes, he could naturally see that the golden-feathered divine eagle's strength was suppressed. It was afraid that it couldn't even use half of its strength now. Otherwise, Chinda wouldn't be a match for it. The crimson dragon slid out of Lin Xian's sleeve and said, "It's a beast tamer." Beast tamer. Lin Xian was a little surprised. Yes, a martial artist who can subdue and even control demonic beasts. They have special methods to prevent this stupid eagle from using its strength. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood, and then he looked around. Soon, his gaze fell on the black-robed man beside the middle-aged man of the War Beast Castle. He could sense a strange soul power from the other party's body. Chapter 790. If he didn't guess wrongly, this black-robed man was a beast tamer. Moreover, he could sense that the other party's palm hidden in his wide sleeves was constantly forming seals. It seemed to be forming some kind of mysterious force that was restraining the golden-feathered divine condor. Soul power. Lin Xian smiled. Although he didn't know how to tame beasts, he could still destroy the other party's plan. A trace of soul power was sent out, forming an invisible attack that rushed towards the void. Chi. Lin Xian used his soul power as a sword to forcefully interfere with the other party's control. Boom! Sure enough, in the next moment, the golden-feathered divine condor screeched in the blue array. Its demonic aura soared into the sky and turned into golden flames that burned fiercely. A terrifying and violent aura gushed out like a stormy sea, slapping in all directions. Chunda's expression changed drastically. He was pushed away by the aura and then fell to the ground in a sorry state. Hua! All around, the spectators were in an uproar. They didn't expect such a situation to happen. The battle was originally one-sided. Chunda was suppressing the golden-feathered divine condor and was about to subdue it. Who knew that at the crucial moment there would be a sudden change? The golden-feathered divine condor that seemed to be on the verge of collapse suddenly had a powerful aura. Its demonic aura was even stronger than the sea. What was going on? Lung Yu's expression was gloomy. She looked at the middle-aged man from the War Beast Castle and gave him a questioning look. The middle-aged man's expression wasn't good either. He turned around and asked the black-robed man beside him, "Someone is interfering." The black-robed man transmitted his voice. However, it shouldn't be a beast tamer. The other party's method was very crude. It was completely for the sake of destroying. Is it under control now? The middle-aged man asked. Don't worry, leave it to me. The black-robed man sneered. Just a layman who didn't know how to use soul power. His 10 fingers danced, forming an inexplicable force that quickly attacked the golden-feathered divine condor, suppressing its strength again. Soon, the golden-feathered divine condor's body trembled. The powerful golden flames on its body weakened again. Humph! Bastard, you're courting death. Seeing this, Chinda roared in anger. He quickly rushed out, preparing to take down the golden-feathered divine condor. He didn't make a move just now, because he wanted to show off in front of the crowd and enjoy the admiring gazes. Who knew that the other party would suddenly exert force and push him back? Fortunately, he was calm enough and did not show anything. Now that the other party was weakened again, he could take him down in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, he was proud of his wit. Let it end. Chinda roared in rage and punched out. The terrifying fist was incomparably resplendent, as though it could split the heavens and earth apart, tearing the air apart. Light soared into the sky and covered the entire blue array. The golden-feathered divine condor struggled with all its might and let out an unwilling roar. However, it was still unable to break free from its control. Recovered again? To the side, Lin Xian was also surprised. The other party was able to shake off his interference so quickly. It seemed that he was not a weakling. However, competing with him in soul force was truly courting death. Without any expression on his face, he once again used his soul power to form an invisible sword and quickly slashed at the void. This attack was much more powerful than the previous probing attack. It directly severed the connection between the beast tamer and the golden-feathered divine eagle. Boom! In the next moment, the golden-feathered divine eagle became more powerful again. A terrifying aura gushed out in an instant. Golden light filled the air and shone brightly. The beast swung its claws and repelled Chinda's fist. Then, it spread its wings and screeched at the sky. On the feathers, golden light shone brightly and formed golden-sharp swords that flew out quickly. The void was pierced, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Chinda was terrified, and his expression changed drastically. If he had not suppressed his cultivation base, he could have resisted this attack. However, now that his cultivation base had been suppressed to the spirit-detecting realm, he could not resist at all. No. With a scream, Chinda's face turned pale as he quickly fled to the back. This change caused the surrounding martial artists to exclaim again. They waited with their eyes wide open, unable to believe the scene before them. Chinda, who was incomparably arrogant before, was now like a stray dog, fleeing quickly. He was in a very sorry state. So this is the power of a Senmu College expert. It's really an eye-opener. Lin Xian sneered. This time he used his spiritual power to let his voice spread clearly in all directions. As soon as he said this, many people immediately roared with laughter. However, Chinda's current performance was no different from an ordinary martial artist. He did not look like an expert at all. Lung Yu's face was gloomy. He could not care about Lin Xian now and directly sent a voice transmission. What's going on? Damn it, someone cut off the connection with my golden-feathered divine eagle. The black-robed man was unusually angry. Young Master Yu, what should we do? The middle-aged man also showed a trace of uneasiness. If Chinda was injured, their plan would be ruined. Quickly get rid of the cultivation-based suppression array. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Chinda. Brother Chin, there is no cultivation-based suppression anymore. Quickly use your martial soul. After hearing this, Chinda no longer cared about his previous bold words and directly used his martial soul. Boom! The aura of a venerable erupted, and it was incomparably powerful. In the next moment, Chinda let out a long roar, turned around and punched out, colliding with the golden light that filled the sky. The energy exploded and the void trembled. The light soared into the sky, drowning everything. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect Chinda to use his martial soul. This was completely different from what the War Beast Castle said before. However, Chinda clearly did not care so much. He used his martial soul and fought with the golden-feathered divine eagle. On the other side, the black-robed man urged his soul power again, trying to regain control of the golden-feathered divine eagle. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance. He also used his soul power to destroy the eagle. Damn it, who is it? The black-robed man was furious. He realized that the other party's soul power was very powerful, even surpassing his own. He could not accept this. Originally, he thought that the other party was an amateur who only knew how to use soul power to barge around. He was not his opponent at all. But now he realized that was not the case. Maybe the other party really did not know how to control demonic beasts. But in terms of using soul power, the other party was not inferior to him at all. Humph! The middle-aged man from the War Beast Castle also had a gloomy face. His eyes were like torches as he scanned the surroundings, trying to find the culprit. Lun Yu was also on the move. Several people searched, but there was no result. In the end, their gaze fell on Lin Xian. At present, the most suspicious person was this seemingly calm young scholar. However, they did not find anything unusual on Lin Xian. This made them gnash their teeth in hatred. After half a day, they did not even find the culprit. This was even worse than slapping their faces directly. Lin Xian's expression was calm, but he sneered in his heart. These people still wanted to find his flaw. What a joke! When he did not have the heaven-changing technique, his soul power was already incomparably powerful. Now that he had the heaven-changing technique, he could deceive everyone. With these people's strength, they could not discover his soul power at all. Chapter 791. Just as these people were looking for the person who had attacked in the dark, the battle in the battle cage changed once again. Although Chunda used his martial spirit and became stronger, the golden-feathered divine condor seemed to be provoked and became incomparably furious. It launched powerful attacks without any regard for its life. It couldn't be helped. It had been really stifled before. The hateful human in front of it had used some unknown method to reduce its strength by half and even suppress it for a while. As an exotic beast, it couldn't bear it. Therefore, now that there was a chance, it decided to take revenge. It had to kill the detestable human in front of it. The light in his eyes flickered like two suns, releasing incomparably dazzling light. Divine Eagle Eye. Chunda's pupils shrank. He was already on the verge of collapsing. With the addition of the condor eyes, he would definitely be finished. He didn't even want to fight anymore. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. What mount? What reputation? Nothing was more important than his life. Boom! The golden-feathered divine condor unleashed a terrifying attack, blasting Chunda flying again. Scram! Chunda swung his fists, forming fist shadows that filled the sky. It was as if countless meteors were descending with great momentum. However, the golden-feathered, godly condor had the godly eagle eyes and could see through everything. Its body was like a golden bolt of lightning, shuttling back and forth between the fist shadows. It was not hurt at all. Instead, it got closer and closer to Chunda. In the next moment, it finally arrived in front of Chunda. With a wave of its sharp claws, it became the size of a house and quickly descended, bringing with it boundless golden light. Puff! Chunda spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't hold on any longer and was sent flying. He crashed into the blue matrix, causing the earth to tremble. Brother Lung, save me. Finally, Chunda's heart was filled with fear. He no longer dared to fight and quickly called for help. Lung Yu's face was gloomy. He had long wanted to make a move. If Chunda was injured in their bestial battle arena, then all his plans would be ruined. But if he rashly stopped Chunda, he was afraid of hurting Chunda's face, so he was in a dilemma. Now that Chunda took the initiative to speak, he let out a sigh of relief. Without Lun Yu's instructions, the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle was already prepared. He immediately removed the blue defensive array. Seeing the blue array disappear, Chunda immediately rushed out and quickly fled. The golden-feathered divine eagle cried out and wanted to soar into the sky, but it was firmly restrained by the black-robed beast tamer. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect this to happen. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his folding fan and slowly walked to Chunda's side. Is this the battle of geniuses you wanted me to watch? I don't see any genius. I only see a stray dog. How ironic. Lin Xian said mercilessly. Brat, you're courting death. Chunda was enraged, killing intent surfacing in his eyes. What's wrong? You're tough now. Why was he so cowardly just now? A venerable running away from a rank 9 demonic beast? What a joke. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect a student of Senma College to be so weak. Chunda was so angry that he was trembling. His lips trembled as he glared at Lin Xian. He wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. However, he couldn't do anything. Firstly, he was injured, and his qi blood, and spiritual energy were in a mess. Secondly, what the other party said was the truth, so he couldn't refute it. For a moment, he was stunned on the spot. His face alternated between red and white, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. However, that was probably the most embarrassing day of his life. At that moment, Leng Yu walked over. He snorted and said, "It's not Brother Chen's fault." The beast suddenly went crazy and caught Brother Chen off guard. Didn't you see that Brother Chen had been suppressing his opponent in the early stages? Mistake? Lin Xian sneered. Who was the one who boasted shamelessly that he was a genius from Senma College, and that his strength was so strong that I had to open my eyes wide. I did observe carefully, but I didn't see how strong he was. Instead, the golden-feathered condor in the early stages was dispirited and couldn't even use half of its strength. I'm afraid someone did something to it. What did you say? After being exposed in public, Leng Yu's face darkened. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he pointed it at Lin Xian. What? You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it? Lin Xian sneered. Don't treat everyone as fools. I'm not the only one who saw your despicable behavior. I'm afraid many people here know about it. Nonsense. I don't understand what you're talking about. Leng Yu said in a deep voice. Yeah, that's not Brother Chen's true strength. This is a mistake. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Colosseum. The few young men who followed Leng Yu also spoke out. That's true. Even the middle-aged man from the Colosseum said. This time the golden-feathered condor really went crazy and disturbed young Master Chen. Please forgive us. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at the scene in disbelief. They naturally noticed the abnormality before, but they didn't expect the people from the Colosseum to be biased. Moreover, it was twice. This made them extremely shocked. They didn't dare to believe it. One must know that although there was an inside story in the Colosseum, they still had to maintain fairness in front of everyone. However, the Colosseum didn't even care about this bit of fairness. It was indeed shocking and somewhat chilling. How about it, kid? Even the people from the Colosseum said that the beast went crazy. What else do you have to say? I think you're just jealous and came here to pick a fight. The few young men sneered. Yeah, didn't you say you'll go? Why don't you go? I'm afraid you won't even be able to block one move. Everyone knows how to quarrel. If you have the ability, show me your true strength. If you can win, I'll call you Grandpa. The few of them mocked and ridiculed. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Of course I'll go. Lin Xian said coldly. This golden-feathered condor was originally mine. It's just that some people want to make a fool of themselves. Humph, what are you talking about? I don't believe you can subdue it. Chinda refused to accept it. He didn't succeed, so he naturally didn't want others to succeed, especially Lin Xian. If Chanda really subdued it, it would be a slap to his face in front of everyone. He had already suffered a heavy blow in his life. He couldn't bear it a second time. Therefore, he looked at Leng Yu. He knew that Leng Yu had a way to make everyone lose. This meant that it wasn't his strength that was the problem, but the golden-feathered condor. This was his only chance to save face. Leng Yu nodded slightly. He naturally knew what Chinda was thinking. He had the same idea. Therefore, he transmitted his voice to the middle-aged man and the beast tamer to get ready. This time, we can't make a mistake. The middle-aged man whispered to the beast tamer beside him. Don't worry. It's much easier to make the golden-feathered condor angry than to suppress it. The black-robed man smiled confidently. Moreover, after what happened just now, I'm afraid we don't need to instigate it. The golden-feathered condor is already in a berserk state. That's for the best. That kid dares to go against us. We won't let him off easily. The middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy. It would be best if he could stay in the cage forever. The two of them looked at each other and laughed coldly. It was as if Lin Xian's life was already in their hands. Chapter 792. Lin Xian didn't need to eavesdrop at all. Just by looking at their expressions, he knew what they were thinking. Sneering in his heart, Lin Xian slowly walked into the cage. Crack! Boom! In the next moment, the cage was slammed shut. Then, a blue light lit up and quickly formed a blue array that sealed the entire small space. Lin Xian and the golden-feathered divine eagle were locked in the sealed array. Soon, Lin Xian felt an inexplicable force surge out, suppressing his cultivation to the spirit-detecting realm. In the outside world, Leng Yu and the others sneered, waiting for the scene of Lin Xian being torn apart. On the other hand, the onlookers were very worried and watched nervously. In the cage, the golden-feathered divine eagle was enraged when it saw a human walk in again. It hadn't vented all the anger in its heart before, and now it wanted to vent all of it. It wanted to tear the human in front of it apart. With a furious roar, its demonic aura surged like golden demonic flames. The flames burned, distorting the air. It had to be said that the golden-feathered divine eagle was indeed powerful. Although it was only a rank 9 demonic beast, its strength was not inferior to a venerable realm cultivator at all. In an instant, the entire cage was enveloped by golden demonic flames, as if it was the fire of hell. Seeing this, the middle-aged man and the beast tamer sneered. As expected, the golden-feathered divine eagle will be enraged without us doing anything. However, before the black-robed man's laughter disappeared, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his face was filled with surprise as if someone had grabbed his neck. What? That's impossible! He shrieked in shock. Beside him, the middle-aged man also frowned with an ugly expression. Leng Yu, Chinda, and the others were stunned on the spot. The surrounding cultivators also looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Many of them swallowed their saliva with difficulty. How is this possible? In the cage, the enraged, golden-feathered divine eagle was now extremely docile, like an obedient sparrow. It was no longer as ferocious as before. The monstrous, golden demonic flames had long disappeared. Even the golden-feathered divine eagle was trembling, not daring to approach Lin Xian. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. The golden-feathered divine eagle was an extremely ferocious demonic beast. Previously, it had even killed the black tiger that possessed the power of bloodline. Not only that, not long ago it had even beaten Qin to the point where he was seriously injured. That terrifying aura was unforgettable to the spectators. But now, it was as if it had changed into a demonic beast, becoming incomparably docile. This is impossible. Could it be that the scholar has some special means? No special method is possible. No one can make the golden-feathered divine condor so docile. An expert shook his head, unable to understand. Leng Yu and Chinda's faces darkened. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Especially Chinda. His face was distorted to the point that it didn't look human anymore. His eyes were burning with rage, and his entire person was incomparably savage. It couldn't be helped. He couldn't accept this scene. One had to know that he had been abused by the golden-feathered divine eagle before, and he had almost died, and his opponent, a weak scholar, was actually safe and sound? This huge difference drove him crazy. If Lin Fan really managed to subdue the golden-feathered divine condor, his face would be trampled on by Lin Fan. At that time, he would become a joke in Wenfeng City. Damn it, I want him to die. Chinda roared ferociously. On the side, Leng Yu's face was also gloomy. This scholar in front of him had ruined his plan time and time again, causing him to have endless killing intent. He had decided that he must kill Lin Fan here. Hurry up and do it. We can't let him succeed. In the War Beast Castle, the middle-aged man said coldly. On the side, the black-robed man's face was cold. He quickly used a beast-taming technique to control the golden-feathered divine condor. He had already recovered from the previous shock. At this moment, his heart was filled with killing intent. At that moment, he was mercilessly slapped in the face, so now he must kill Lin Fan. Die, brat! The black-robed man's heart was ferocious. He used a powerful method to make the golden-feathered divine condor go berserk. Boom! In the cage, the originally docile golden-feathered divine condor suddenly erupted with a powerful aura again, enveloping the surroundings. In those golden eyes, the original fear was replaced by a touch of madness. On the opposite side, Lin Xian easily revealed a trace of surprise. Just now, he let the crimson dragon release a trace of dragon's might to intimidate the golden-feathered divine condor. That was why the previous scene happened. But now the golden-feathered divine condor went berserk again, as if it was not afraid of the dragon's might, which surprised him a little. It seemed that it was because of that beast tamer again. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was even more interested in the beast tamer profession. Rumble! The golden-feathered divine condor went berserk. At the same time, it opened its wings and condensed countless golden rays of light. A powerful and violent aura spread out, filling the entire cage. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened, incomparably terrifying. Puff! Puff! Countless golden rays of light surged out, like thousands of snakes coming out of their holes, pouncing forward. It's here, the ultimate skill of the golden-feathered divine condor! Everyone exclaimed. Lang Yu, Chinda, and the others also revealed a sneer. This time, that kid would definitely not be able to escape. Are you going to use your ultimate skill? Lin Xian held a folding fan in his hand with a calm expression. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and the spiritual energy behind him surged rapidly, forming a pair of wings. It was a pair of golden wings, and every feather on it was lifelike, as if they were real. When the wings spread out, it filled the entire blue array. Boom! The golden wings of spiritual energy shook, condensing into 108,000 rays of sword light that shot out quickly. The two collided, and a shocking explosion occurred, causing the entire blue array to shake nonstop, as if it was about to split open. What kind of martial skill is this? It's the same as the golden-feathered divine condor's ultimate skill. Everyone was shocked, and they were speechless. That young scholar was too mysterious. First, he made the violent golden-feathered divine condor docile, and then he used its ultimate skill. It was too unbelievable. Lang Yu, Chinda, and the others were even more shocked. They did not expect that the scholar would be so strange. In the cage, dazzling light flashed, and soon the victor was decided. 108,000 golden swords were incomparably sharp, and they tore through the void with a terrifying, murderous aura. In an instant, they shattered the opponent's golden light, and then rushed toward the golden-feathered divine condor. The void trembled, and it was as if 10,000 lightning bolts were surging. It was terrifying to the extreme. Bang! The golden-feathered divine condor was enveloped by the sword light, and it was sent flying. Feathers scattered all over the sky, and they were like flickering shadows, incomparably dazzling. So terrifying! Is this really the strength of the spirit-detecting realm? Everyone was dumbfounded, and they did not dare to believe it. The attack just now was too terrifying, not to mention the spirit-detecting realm. Even an honorable realm expert might not be able to use it. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the golden-feathered divine condor was actually defeated. One move, just one move, and the powerful golden-feathered divine condor was defeated by Lin Xian. Not only them, even the people from the War Beast Castle were stunned. The middle-aged man's face stiffened, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 793. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. His face was filled with shock. He had personally cast the formation to suppress the cultivation of the person inside to the harmonious spirit realm. In other words, the opponent had defeated the golden-feathered divine condor with a single strike while being only at the spirit-detecting realm. This was simply too shocking. The black-robed man's face was even more ferocious. As a mysterious beast tamer, he was able to tame ferocious, demonic beasts. Just now, he had successfully controlled the golden feather divine condor and made it go berserk. However, he couldn't change the outcome. He couldn't bear it, he wanted revenge. Gritting his teeth, the black-robed man quickly formed a seal, his eyes revealing a trace of madness. Since he couldn't defeat it, he would perish together. In the next moment, the golden feather divine condor let out a miserable cry. Its voice was like a devil's voice, piercing through the clouds. On its body, countless golden demonic chi surged and began to burn. It was extremely strange. Those golden eyes were filled with pain and madness. What's going on? Did the golden feather divine condor not lose? It still wants to counterattack? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. He could naturally see that this wasn't the golden feather divine condor's intention. It was the beast tamer's doing. Boom! The golden feather divine condor couldn't bear it anymore. Its body gradually expanded, and it crashed towards Lin Xian. It looked like it wanted to perish together. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. His soul force gushed out crazily, turning into a soul sword, quickly slashing towards the void. This time he didn't hold back. Puff! The invisible attack seemed to have cut some kind of mysterious thread, causing a slight cracking sound. In the next moment, the golden feather divine condor's eyes regained clarity. Its body gradually stopped. As for the black-robed man, his body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible! He couldn't stop trembling. His eyes were filled with fear. The opponent's soul force could actually hurt him. This was completely out of his expectation. Fear, it was all fear. At this moment, the black-robed man was extremely frightened. He didn't dare to attack again. Moreover, he didn't have the ability to attack anymore. Soul Force's attack was extremely strange and dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cost one's life. That sword strike just now had already seriously injured him. He probably wouldn't be able to fight for a few months. The middle-aged man was even more shocked. He knew the strength of this black-robed man. He was a very powerful beast tamer, and his family had spent a lot of money to invite him. But now he was actually injured. We can't let him go. This kid definitely has secrets on him. The black-robed man struggled to speak. Every word he spoke was filled with pain, and his brow furrowed. At such a young age, it was impossible for him to have such powerful soul force. This little brat must have some kind of soul force artifact on him. He had to snatch it. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with greed. Soul force was the most difficult type of energy to cultivate. Apart from exalted realm experts, soul force would be able to grow a little. It was very difficult for other cultivators to find a way to cultivate it. Even a venerable one might not have a cultivation technique that specialized in soul power. And now, there seemed to be an opportunity. Thinking of this, he sneered again. Inside the cage, Lin Xian severed the beast tamer's control with a single slash of his sword, saving the golden feather divine eagle from death. Then he walked in front of the eagle and said coldly, "I know that with your intelligence you should be able to understand what I'm saying. Are you willing to come with me?" The golden feathered divine eagle lay weakly on the ground. At this moment, when it heard Lin Xian's words, its golden eyes flickered. Without any hesitation, it quickly nodded. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He took out a cup of spiritual wine and fed it to it. Not long after, the golden feathered divine eagle stood up. It flapped its wings and came to Lin Xian's side. Then it used its head to rub against Lin Xian intimately. "All right, follow me. In the future, you will definitely surpass the extraordinary level." Lin Xian patted it. "Let's go." He turned around and walked outside. However, in the next moment, he frowned because the door of the cage did not open. Even the blue array outside did not disappear. The people outside were also in an uproar. Lin Xian had successfully subdued the golden feathered divine eagle, which shocked them. Quite a few people cheered and cheered for him. After all, in this world, people worshipped the strong. However, what shocked them was that Lin Xian seemed to be trapped in the cage and could not come out. As for the people of the War Beast Castle, they did not make any moves. It seemed that they had no intention of releasing the captive. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little strange. Lun Yu and Qin sneered malevolently. Originally, Lin Xian's subduing of the golden-feathered divine eagle made them feel uncomfortable and disgraced. But now they were no longer afraid because they wanted to make him stay here forever. Hee hee, so what if you have the golden-feathered divine eagle? You will just die with it. Chenda's face was distorted. In the cage, Lin Xian frowned and turned to look at the War Beast Castle. What do you mean? You can't bear to part with it, or you can't afford to lose. Young hero, you misunderstood. The middle-aged man smiled and said, After the competition, just now, we found that the golden-feathered divine eagle is very abnormal and has a tendency to destroy. For your safety, we have to take the golden-feathered divine eagle back first. After ensuring your safety, we will give it to you. In front of everyone, the middle-aged man acted like a good person and said with concern, Are you sure it's safe? Lin Xian smiled. I don't need it. Hurry up and guard the door. How could he not know the other party's plan? They probably wanted to renege on the debt. That won't do. After all, this demonic beast came from our War Beast Castle. If it injures you, it will not be good for our castle's reputation. The middle-aged man slowly said, Yeah, the Divine Wind War Beast Castle pays great attention to safety, so you should wait for a while. Lun Yu walked out. After ensuring your safety, we will certainly give it to you. Oh, by the way, young hero, please move. Let us properly entertain you. The people of the War Beast Castle smiled and said. Their words carried a hint of coldness. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. This was obviously the War Beast Castle trying to renege on the debt. Moreover, they had bad intentions. Thinking of this, everyone sighed. It seemed that the scholar was in danger. After all, no matter how powerful he would not be able to fight against a huge War Beast Castle. Bang! The blue array blossomed with rays of light and formed countless blue light pillars. They quickly fell and trapped the golden-feathered divine eagle. The golden-feathered divine eagle was furious. It quickly charged forward, but to no avail. It was unable to rush out. You guys want to fight? Lin Xian asked coldly. How could that be? We are just thinking about your safety. We have good intentions. Although the middle-aged man was smiling, his laughter was very cold. I think you should agree. Don't let down the War Beast Castle's good intentions. Lun Yu also revealed a trace of evil smile. Don't worry, we will finish the inspection soon. At that time, we will certainly return the golden-feathered divine eagle to you. Now, take the golden-feathered divine eagle away. The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Soon after, the huge blue array blossomed with rays of light and formed a big blue hand. It quickly grabbed the trapped golden-feathered divine eagle. Chapter 794. Lin Xian had successfully captured the golden-feathered divine condor, but the War Beast Castle did not let him go. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Especially when the big blue hand was about to grab the golden-feathered divine condor, it caused an uproar. Many people were furious. They did not believe the War Beast Castle's nonsense. Lin Xian naturally did not believe it either. His face was gloomy and his eyes turned cold. I'll say it again. Let it go and open the prison door. Boom! While his voice was still echoing, the blue light in the sky shone brightly, forming 6 huge light pillars. Together with the ground, it formed a hexagram-sealed space, enveloping Lin Xian. Young hero, don't be anxious. Wait here for a while. The middle-aged man revealed a sinister smile. There might be danger during the inspection later, so we'll put down the defensive formation to protect you. Protect? Even the onlookers' mouths twitched. How was this protection? This was obviously imprisonment. However, when Lin Xian saw the ceiling light formation around him, he laughed as if he had just heard a funny joke. However, his eyes were cold, like a sharp sword, incomparably fierce. You guys really think you've got me? Young hero, why do you think so? The middle-aged man sneered. This light formation is inscribed by a formation grandmaster. It can even resist the attack of a venerable. It can definitely protect young hero's safety. That's right. You just stay here. Lung Yu sneered. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. To be able to resist the attack of a venerable, this was definitely very powerful. Perhaps the scholar was really done for. Seems like you guys are very confident, Lin Xian said lightly. Then he raised his finger and quickly drew in the air. Buzz! Ka. The next moment, the huge, dazzling hexagram-sealed space suddenly trembled and made a cracking sound. Then it burst open and turned into countless fragments. Lin Xian looked calm. He walked out from inside and said slowly, Did you guys remember wrongly, or was that formation Grandmaster lying to you? Is this formation really as powerful as you think it is? As he said that, he waved his finger again and drew a sword chi, surging upward. Suddenly, the blue palm that caught the golden feathered divine condor cracked and scattered on the ground like glass. Puff! The golden feathered divine condor spread its wings and soared into the sky. It regained its freedom and quickly returned to Lin Xian's side. Why do I feel that he's pitifully weak? Wah! What? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted as he stood rooted to the ground. Lang Yu's face was also filled with fear. He screamed, You broke it? How is this possible? Shocking, too shocking. Everyone in the Colosseum was stunned. It was as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't dare to believe it. Chunda's body trembled as he shook his head frantically. Impossible, this is impossible. He was well aware of the power of the blue light array. Previously, he had not been able to break it with his martial soul, but now his opponent had actually broken it. What shocked them even more was that Lin Xian hadn't used his full strength to blast it open. Instead, he had casually waved his finger and destroyed the entire massive defensive formation. This was too shocking. Lin Xian had a smile on his face as he swept his gaze across the crowd. When Lang Yu felt that gaze, her body instantly trembled as fear rose in her heart. As for Chunda, he was even more unbearable. He was so frightened that he took 5 steps back. Humph, trash! Lin Xian retracted his gaze and said with disdain. You. Chunda's complexion turned ashen, but he didn't dare to make a move. Lang Yu's complexion wasn't good either. He could only snort coldly to express his dissatisfaction. Everyone was shocked. This young scholar was too domineering. Just a gaze was enough to scare 2 young geniuses. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the middle-aged man and the black-robed man from the Colosseum. The black-robed man's body also trembled. As a beast tamer, his soul power was very sensitive. He discovered that the soul power fluctuation on Lin Xian's body was exactly the same as the soul power that had injured him. After hearing this news, his eyes were filled with fear. He didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. The middle-aged man's face sank as he said, coldly, Our Colosseum was kind enough to protect young hero, but young hero destroyed our formation. This isn't too good. Not too good. Lin Xian laughed. You're still pretending even now. You're really good at acting. I don't understand what you're talking about. The middle-aged man had no choice but to brace himself and say, Humph. Lin Xian retracted his smile. He looked at the middle-aged man from the Colosseum and said coldly, You're saying that the golden feather divine eagle went crazy? Exactly. We just wanted to find the reason to ensure young hero's safety. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, You're really shameless. Lin Xian sneered. What did you say? The middle-aged man was angry. He stared at Lin Xian with an unkind expression. Young man, be careful with your words. You should know that you can't just say anything. Some words will cost you your life if you say them. Threatening me? Lin Xian closed his folding fan and said in a clear voice, I think there's no need for your Colosseum to continue operating. He turned his head and looked at the onlookers. I think all of you are clear about what happened today. You just didn't dare to say it because of some people's influence. But I'll say it for you. This battle was obviously set up by the Colosseum to curry favor with others. From the very beginning, they didn't let others fight. They specifically let the people they selected to fight. Not only that, they also suppressed the strength of the golden feathered divine eagle, making it weak. All the experts here can see this. They obviously want to give the golden feathered divine eagle away. If they want to give it away, they can just do it secretly. But to use it as a competition to deceive all the warriors and play with them in the palm of their hand, is this the way of the Colosseum? What's funny is that this genius Qin is really trash. He can't even take away the things in his hands. However, when I went on the stage, they secretly let the beast tamers control the demon beasts, making them go crazy and attack without any regard for their lives. They even wanted to make the golden feathered divine eagle self-destruct. Fortunately, I stopped it and successfully subdued it. But how did they do it? I think everyone saw it. They sealed the space, forcibly captured the golden feathered divine eagle, and even wanted to imprison me. If it wasn't because I have some strength, I'm afraid I would have already been killed by them. Lin Xian said coldly, Such a Colosseum, do you dare to go? They only allow their people to obtain the demon beasts. If the others win, they will be killed. Do you dare to come? Aren't you afraid of being killed by them one day? Lin Xian's words were sharp, and his voice was vast and mighty. The surrounding warriors were discussing noisily. Indeed, they had all seen what happened today. They weren't fools, so they could naturally understand what happened. And this young scholar's words weren't wrong at all. Presumptuous, a bunch of nonsense. The middle-aged man was furious. He shouted coldly, Men, capture this person who is spreading lies to mislead the crowd. Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, countless figures flew out from the Colosseum and formed a huge encirclement surrounding Lin Xian. What's wrong? You've been exposed and now you're angry? Lin Xian sneered. Humph, brat, no matter what you say. Today is the day you die. Lung Yu roared ferociously. He had a stomach full of anger, and only by killing the other party could he vent his anger. Seeing this tense scene, the crowd of warriors frowned even more. This divine wind Colosseum was really too overbearing. Did they really think that ordinary warriors like them were easy to bully? Chapter 795. Seeing this tense scene, the crowd of martial artists frowned even more. This divine wind war beast castle was really too overbearing. Did they really think that ordinary martial artists were easy to bully? I think the fault doesn't lie with this young hero. Someone said, Yes, I think the war beast castle should apologize. Another expert said, With someone taking the lead, these onlookers also became unyielding. One by one, they shouted angrily and loudly berated the war beast castle. The people of the war beast castle were dissatisfied at first and wanted to suppress them. However, they underestimated the power of the crowd. Although the individual strength of these martial artists was weak, they were a powerful force when combined. Rebel, all rebel. The middle-aged man was trembling with anger. Lung Yu clenched his fists and stared at Lin Xian. His eyes were full of murderous aura. It was all because of this hateful brat in front of him who ruined his perfect plan. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Feeling the murderous aura, Lin Xian turned his head and revealed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. You dare to make a move? Damn it. Lung Yu's face was ashen. He really didn't have the confidence and didn't dare to make a move. The other party could easily break the defensive array. He was definitely a powerhouse. Even the elders of the family might not be able to do this. Lung Yu took a deep breath and said to the martial artists of the war beast castle beside him, "Kill him for me." "You want to kill him? You have to ask if we agree first." The crowd of martial artists were angry and fought back. Each and every one of them looked agitated. "Apologize. You must apologize for this matter. If you dare to touch him, you will be our enemy." A group of people stood in front of Lin Xian and berated angrily. Lung Yu was stunned. He didn't understand why these people were so agitated. This matter had nothing to do with them. However, these martial artists who were usually timid were as if they were injected with chicken blood and refused to budge an inch. How could he know that this time the War Beast Castle's approach was too excessive? Not only did they target Lin Xian, but they also didn't let these ordinary martial artists dare to be safe. If the War Beast Castle killed Lin Xian today, then the ones who would die tomorrow would most likely be them. If they couldn't suppress the arrogant attitude of the War Beast Castle and bully martial artists, then their situation would be very dangerous in the future. That was why these people rose up in revolt. It could be said that this time the War Beast Castle not only touched the interests of Lin Xian, but also the interests of all the ordinary martial artists. Lung Yu was also afraid when she heard the angry shouts of the several hundred people. Her expression was extremely ugly. Chunda, on the other hand, was even more unbearable. He was so scared that he peed his pants and hid in a corner, not daring to come out. The middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He didn't expect this scene at all. He originally thought that killing a little thief wouldn't be difficult at all. But from the looks of it now, it was impossible to implement. "Elder, what should we do?" A disciple of the War Beast Castle asked. "Retreat." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat." Once the order was given, those War Beast Castle's people retreated and confronted those excited people. "Little thief, I don't know what kind of demonic technique you have to be able to incite these people. But remember, the golden feathered divine eagle is a demonic beast on the earth ranking. It's not that easy to take it. If you return it now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Although you are fine today, but in the future." The middle-aged man threatened. In fact, his heart was bleeding. The reason why he was so furious was because his plan to curry favor with the Chun family had failed. Moreover, the golden feathered divine eagle was very precious. It was a demonic beast ranked 97th on the Earth ranking. Any demonic beast that could be ranked on the Earth ranking was not ordinary. And those that could enter the top 100 were even more rare and exotic beasts. This golden feathered divine eagle was ranked 97th on the Earth ranking. Although it hadn't grown up, its potential was limitless. It was also a treasure in their War Beast Castle. Originally, they wanted to bribe Chinda. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would benefit from it. "You don't need to worry about whether I can keep it or not." Lin Xian said indifferently, "Humph, let's go." The middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy and cold. He waved his sleeve and brought a group of martial artists back to the War Beast Castle. However, he secretly decided that he would release the news of the golden feathered divine eagle. Even if he couldn't get it, he wouldn't let the other party get it. The people of the War Beast Castle left. Those martial artists in the surroundings cheered. Many of them congratulated Lin Xian. "Brother, you are too strong. You actually subdued the golden feathered divine eagle in one move. That's nothing. The martial skill that broke the defensive formation in one sword move is amazing. I'm afraid that even the elders of the War Beast Castle can't do it. May I ask which force brother is from?" Everyone started asking questions, one after another. Lin Xian replied with a smile. Then he said to everyone, "Thank you for your help just now. Let's go and have a drink." "Let's go." A group of people left in a grandiose manner. At the same time, the Divine Wind Warbeast Castle used the power in their hands to spread the news of the golden feathered divine eagle. It immediately caused quite a stir. Many forces were envious. Especially those young martial artists, they were even more excited. This kind of exotic beast was still a cub. It was the best battle pet. If they could get it, it would be a great help in the future. Therefore, everyone moved and quickly looked for the golden feathered divine eagle in the city. On the other side, Lin Xian and the rest came to a restaurant. Everyone rushed in, and immediately the restaurant was crowded. Fortunately, this is a big restaurant. It was enough to accommodate everyone. Lin Xian and the rest ordered wine and dishes. They gathered together and drank to their heart's content. In the end, everyone drank until they were satisfied and left. Lin Xian bid farewell to everyone and returned to the courtyard that he secretly rented. "Brother Xian, you are back." Yu Fei came out to welcome him. "Hey, what is this? What a terrifying demonic beast." He felt the smoke-like, demonic aura from the other party's body and immediately exclaimed, "Golden feathered divine eagle, a kind of exotic beast. Let's talk inside," Lin Xian said. After that, he entered the courtyard and told Yu Fei everything that happened before. "This Lung family is really too much." Yu Fei was furious. "Brother Xian, do you want to bring people here and destroy the Lung family?" "No rush." Lin Xian waved his hand. "Now is not the time. The Wanxiang auction is getting closer, and there are more and more experts in the city. At this time, we can't have a big conflict. This auction is very important to me, so I can't lose it. So we're just going to let it go." Yu Fei was unwilling to give up. "Let it go? How is that possible?" Lin Xian sneered. "Wait until the auction is over, then we'll deal with them." Next, Lin Xian asked Yu Fei to secretly gather information about the Lung and Huang families. Only when he understood the other party's strength would he be able to make a move. Phew! Ben Huang is suffocating. The crimson dragon was like a loach as it quickly ran out of the demonic beast pouch. The snow-white monkey also came out. After they came out, they stared at the golden feathered divine eagle. Puff! 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 The golden feathered divine eagle, who had its head held high and its chest puffed out, trembled in fear when it saw the crimson dragon and the snow-white monkey. It kept retreating. The aura of the two beasts made it instinctively afraid. This was not from their strength, but from the pressure in its blood and soul. It was as if there was an irresistible force that made it worship them. Chapter 796. The golden-feathered condor trembled as if it was about to kneel down. "It's been a long time since I've eaten a roasted condor wing." The crimson dragon was drooling. The golden-feathered condor trembled even more and almost fainted. Wuji, the snow-white monkey jumped over and looked at it curiously. Then it jumped onto the condor's body with a swoosh, looking very happy. However, the golden-feathered condor was scared half to death. It crawled on the ground and didn't dare to move. "All right, you two, stop scaring it," Lin Xian said helplessly. "Silly bird, listen carefully. You're our little brother from now on. Ben Huang will help you if anyone dares to bully you." The crimson dragon waved its dragon claws and said. The golden-feathered condor nodded carefully. It no longer had the heroic appearance from before. It was like a docile little chick. Next, Lin Xian rested for 2 days before he went out again. After putting the golden-feathered condor into the demonic beast pouch, Lin Xian turned into a young scholar again. He waved the folding fan and appeared in the city. This time he went to a tea house and ordered a pot of spiritual tea. He slowly tasted it. There were martial artists from all over the place gathered together and chatting with each other. "I heard that there are many good things in the Wanxiang auction this time. There's even a half-earth rank artifact." "Of course. I heard it's called the Lone Star Sword." Many swordsmen came this time for this sword. In addition, there was also a rare refining material like the phoenix blood copper. Everyone was discussing excitedly. However, what they talked about the most was still the matters within the city. "Have you heard? A few days ago, someone caused a ruckus in the Divine Wind Warbeast Castle and won the golden-feathered condor." "Golden-feathered condor?" The beast that's ranked 97th on the Earth ranking? Someone was shocked. Yes, although it's just a beast now, it'll definitely be terrifying when it grows up in the future. What's going on? How could the divine wind war beast castle be willing to let such a beast out? There's nothing they can do. I heard that it's a young scholar who's very strong. Although his cultivation was suppressed, he still has the strength of a venerable. That's why he won the beast. Everyone was discussing fervently. I'm guessing that this scholar must be from some great power. He might also be a genius. Yeah, I heard that even the students of Senma College are no match for him. Many people began to guess the other party's identity. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, a loud sound echoed in the tea house like a bell and drum. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, as if he was right beside them. However, in the next moment, some people began to tremble because that voice became extremely demonic. It was as if a lightning hammer smashed into their hearts, making them tremble. Many of the weaker martial artists had flushed faces, as if they had suffered internal injuries. Soon, there was a voice at the top of the stairs. This was a youth dressed in red. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were long and narrow. They were extremely bright, like sword radiance, incomparably fierce. He was like a sword god, standing there, giving people a sense of oppression. What genius scholar! That's because he hasn't seen me yet. If he does, I'll suppress him with one hand. The youth had a handsome face and a tall figure, but his words were very sharp, making people frown. Behind him were 6 beautiful women. Each of them was holding a sword in their arms. Some were simple and unadorned, while others were luxurious. Obviously, those 6 treasured swords were all famed swords. At this moment, an oval-faced girl walked out from behind him. She came to the nearest table and said coldly, "My young master has requisitioned this table. Leave quickly." The girl's voice was cold. Then she threw out a bag of spirit stones. F***CK, what do you take us for? Beggars? Do you really think we're pushovers? Those people were originally heroes of the pugilistic world and had fierce temperaments. Now that they encountered such a situation, they were naturally furious. Clang! Clang! A few of them drew their swords. Their eyes were ferocious as they looked at the oval-faced girl. "You overestimate yourselves," the oval-faced girl sneered. Then she waved her jade-like hand and struck out a series of mysterious palm shadows in the air. They were like floating lights, extremely mysterious. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 3 people in front of the table screamed and flew out of the window. The whole process was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the table was emptied. Then 2 more youths came from behind. They formed hand seals and formed a cloud of mist to clean the entire table. Then they took out handkerchiefs and carefully wiped the table. "Young master, please sit." "Okay." The red-clothed young man grunted and then slowly sat down. The 6 girls began to get busy. One took out spirit tea, one took out spirit liquid, and one took out a high-quality purple teapot and began to brew tea. The teapot was not big, but it emitted a purple light. It was actually a treasure. Looking at the extravagant and domineering red-clothed young man, many people's eyelids twitched. Needless to say, this was another genius from a large faction. Lin Xian sat in the corner and looked at this scene. He frowned slightly. He did not expect to see this group of people again. The red-clothed young man's ostentation shocked many people, but there were some who were not convinced. They sneered and said, "You're too arrogant." As far as I know, there are very few martial artists in the spirit-detecting realm who can exert the strength of a venerable. That scholar is definitely a genius. I don't know what kind of ability you have to say such words. How dare you speak to my young master like that? The oval-faced girl, Qian Qian, shouted coldly. "What am I wrong?" The martial artist sneered. Do you think you're strong just because you're ostentatious? Humph. The red-clothed young man snorted coldly. It was like a clap of thunder that made many people's blood boil, especially the martial artist who spoke. His body was trembling and his face was full of shock. It's just a cross-realm battle. What's the big deal? You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. I could have easily won a battle like this 3 years ago. Now 1 hand is enough to beat him. The red-clothed young man was very confident and domineering. What big words! That scholar is very young and looks like he's not even 20 years old. His strength is probably at the 2nd level of the venerable realm. He's not invincible among the younger generation, but he's probably a top expert. How can you suppress such a person? Ignorant. How can you guess my strength? The red-clothed young man, Hong Wuji, said disdainfully. I can still suppress a 2nd-level venerable realm. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the red-clothed young man, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Could it be that he really had such ability? May I ask which faction you're from? Someone asked. Trash, like you don't deserve to know. The red-clothed young man said arrogantly. You. That person was furious, and his face alternated between green and red. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant and directly humiliate him. Such big words at such a young age. You have to know that only a genius who grows up will be a powerhouse in the future. An old man snorted. He was very dissatisfied with the red-clothed young man's attitude. You don't have the right to judge whether I can grow up or not. Hong Wuji said disdainfully. But I know that at least I won't be like you, living for so long and only being a 1st-level venerable realm. If I were you, I would have killed myself. Chapter 797. Hong Wuji's words made the elder tremble in anger. He had lived for 200 years, but his cultivation was only at 1st-level honorable realm. That was indeed his pain. But now it was actually exposed in public. This was a slap to his face. Moreover, it was an arrogant junior. Let me see what right you have to be arrogant. The elder snorted and stretched out his palm, forming a mountain that pressed down quickly. The entire space cracked as if it was about to crack. The mountain formed by the palm was real and terrifying. Its power was even heavier than the real mountain. Thousands of waves surged and pressed down on Hong Wuji. Clown, I'll let you know what it means to be a young genius today. Hong Wuji sneered. He sat there and continued to drink tea, but his left hand was like a sword that stabbed upward. A ray of sword chi was as bright as a divine light. It was sharp and terrifying, and it instantly slashed the mountain. Crack, crack, crack. A low rumbling sound spread out. Countless cracks appeared on the huge, mountain-like palm, and they rapidly spread out like a python web. Bang! In the end, the mountain exploded and turned into spiritual chi that disappeared. The elder snorted and took a few steps back, his face full of shock. His right palm had been deformed, and blood kept flowing out as if it had been cut by a divine sword. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. A casual attack had seriously injured a 1st-level honorable realm. The red-clothed youth's strength was too terrifying. He was at least a 2nd-level honorable realm, or even stronger. Now, do you believe that I can suppress any scholar with 1 hand? Hong Wuji said confidently. This guy is really arrogant. The crimson dragon in his sleeve was furious. Kid, I can't take it anymore. Its body changed shape, turning into a palm-sized snake that quickly slithered away. You're really shameless. You think you're invincible after injuring a 1st-level honorable realm? A disdainful voice was heard. I think you're the frog at the bottom of the well. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. The red-clothed youth had already proven his strength, but now he dared to speak rudely to him. He must be an expert. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a blue-clothed youth drinking tea alone with his back facing them. Although it was only his back view, his calm and steady aura showed that he was extraordinary. Injuring a first heaven venerable realm cultivator is nothing. It's just that there aren't any more powerful cultivators here. Otherwise, we could all suppress them together. Hong Wuji was still as arrogant as ever. As for you, if you're not convinced, then feel free to attack. I will let you know the definition of a genius. Insolent, too insolent. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. This guy was really arrogant. He really wanted to walk over and kick him in the face. The crimson dragon that was coiled around Lin Xian's hair howled in anger. F***CK, Ben Huang is so angry. Despite living for so long, he had never seen such an arrogant fellow before. At this moment, someone asked, "May I know your name?" This was a young man who had also reached the first level of the Honorable Realm. Furthermore, he was at the peak of the first level of the Honorable Realm. It could be said that he was also a young genius. Yes, you are qualified to know. The red-clothed young man nodded slightly. Remember my name, Hong Wuji. Hong Wuji. Is he from the Red Leaf Valley? Everyone was shocked, but then they came to a realization. No wonder he's so arrogant and powerful. So he's from the Red Leaf Valley. At the same time, everyone was even more shocked. A peak first level of the Honorable Realm was only qualified to know his name. Just how powerful was this red-clothed young man? Hong Wuji? The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Never heard of him. As for the Red Leaf Valley, I've even less heard of it. Judging from the name, could it be some kind of tourist attraction? Hey, red-clothed young man, how much is the ticket to your house? A mocking and teasing voice echoed in the tea house. This voice was strange, but no one dared to laugh. Someone actually dared to joke about the Red Leaf Valley. How arrogant. As expected, Hong Wuji's face darkened as soon as this was said. His entire body emitted a terrifying, murderous aura. Countless sword rays formed in the air, densely packed and filling the entire space. The terrifying aura made one's scalp tingle and tremble. The maid also shouted angrily, "How dare you insult the Red Leaf Valley? You're courting death." The oval-faced girl and the round-faced girl dashed out at the same time. Their bodies were like lightning as they rushed toward Lin Xian. The aura on their bodies was powerful, and they carried the power of their martial souls. Everyone was shocked. They had thought that these 6 girls were ordinary maids, but they did not expect them to be martial arts experts. Their cultivation had definitely reached the first level of the Honorable Realm. To have 6 first-level Honorable Realm maids as maids, this red-clothed young man was really generous. In the blink of an eye, the 2 girls arrived behind Lin Xian. They waved their jade-like hands, striking out dazzling palm shadows. The terrifying aura made everyone tremble. However, Lin Xian did not turn around. He struck back, and his terrifying spiritual energy turned into a golden mountain peak that quickly pushed out. The void trembled as if thousands of beasts were galloping. The terrifying golden mountain peak carried a huge force and collided with the countless palm shadows. This attack made the entire tea house tremble as if it was about to split open. There were countless experts in Wind-Seeking City, and the owner of this tea house was also a martial arts expert. Naturally, he had defensive measures. Rays of colorful light surged out and quickly formed a defense to protect the tea house. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and looked up to watch the battle in front of them. The Golden Mountain Peak was extremely powerful. It was like a giant beast that had appeared. When the terrifying and mysterious palm shadows hit it, they did not cause any impact. Instead, the rebounding force scattered the palm shadows that filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, the oval-faced girl and the other girl were pushed back by a huge force. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them kept retreating. Every step they took could crack the ground. However, at this moment, mysterious patterns appeared on the ground, forming a screen of light. The terrifying power was negated, and the entire tea house was preserved. The oval-faced girl and the other girl stopped with difficulty. Then they looked up and their eyes were filled with shock. Although they were just maids, they were definitely first-level honorable realm experts in terms of strength. Furthermore, they were the strongest among first-level honorable realm experts. When the two of them joined forces, they were able to fight against a second-level honorable realm expert. However, they could not block a single attack from the other party. This was simply too unbelievable. The crowd gasped. They were originally mourning for that person, but they did not expect that person to not even move his body. He only struck back and forced the two experts to retreat. Now, the crowd could not even see his face. They could only see his back view. However, at this moment, his back view was like a boundless mountain that the crowd could only look up to. Set up the sword formation. The oval-faced girl and the other girl wanted to join forces with the other 6 to set up the sword formation. Hong Wuji did not stop them. He stared coldly at the other party's back view. Countless sword shadows appeared in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if they would fall at any time. Chapter 798. At this moment, the 6 girls drew their swords from their waists and quickly formed a sword formation, enveloping the area. Lin Xian's expression darkened as well. He had held back in that attack, just now. However, the other party did not repent and even gathered 6 people to form a sword formation to kill him. Did they really think that he was a pushover? The Crimson Dragon also howled. 6 little girls, how shameless. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Come, come, come. Ben Huang will keep you company. If you can make Ben Huang turn around, you win. The voice was very strange, like the roar of a 1,000-year-old demon, making one's scalp tingle. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. This Rizalong was too provocative, but he did not stop them. The other party was so arrogant, saying that they would suppress him with one hand. How arrogant! Even a clay figurine had a temper. Not to mention Lin Xian was not someone who would be bullied. So this time he planned to knock the other party down and extinguish the arrogance of the Red Leaf Valley. You're courting death. When the 6 girls heard the Crimson Dragon's mockery, their faces darkened and their delicate bodies trembled. Of course, they did not notice the existence of the Crimson Dragon, so they could only vent their anger on Lin Xian. The 6 girls' bodies swayed, like a divine light, and quickly struck out 6 rays of sword qi, slashing towards Lin Xian. The 6 rays of sword qi were extremely sharp, like divine light in the sky, shining with a terrifying brilliance. Everyone gasped. This attack was too terrifying, definitely able to split mountains and rivers. Even a second-level venerable would not be able to block it. However, Lin Xian still did not turn around. He formed a seal with his right hand and quickly swept it out, drawing an arc in the air. Seal of mountains and rivers. He had the dragon sword soul, which could simulate all offensive saint techniques. This seal of mountains and rivers was stimulated by the power of the dragon's sword soul. The air fluctuated like a scroll rolling, forming a huge golden mountain, spinning out and suppressing all directions. Boom! The golden mountain fell, and the terrifying power sent the 6 rays of sword qi flying. Humph! Seeing the sword qi shatter, the oval-faced girl coldly harumphed. She led the other 5 to attack again. Sword qi flashed and intertwined in the air to form a green lotus, which quickly descended. The terrifying green lotus, sword qi, slashed at the golden mountain peak and actually cracked it. However, in the next moment, a silver river appeared in the sky and swept out in all directions. A gentle force cleverly dispelled the sword qi. The Milky Way flickered, emitting a hazy mist in the void. It was like a dream enveloping Lin Xian. This Milky Way was very strange. It stood in the void, giving people the feeling that it was so close yet so far away. The oval-faced girl gritted her teeth as shock appeared in her eyes. Their green lotus sword formation was extremely powerful. Even a second-level honorable realm cultivator would not be a match for the 6 of them. But now, they were unable to take down the person in front of them. They didn't even have the qualifications to make him turn around. "Green lotus filling the sky," the oval-faced girl shouted. Then she quickly turned around. The 6 of them were like ghosts as they flew through the air. 6 streaks of sword chi condensed into the shape of a green lotus in the air, instantly tearing the void apart. 36 streaks of sword chi filled the sky, emitting a terrifying aura that stirred up the wind and clouds in all directions. Slash! With a shout, the 6 girls carried the green lotus sword chi and formed the green lotus in the sky. They quickly rotated and cooperated with each other to form a huge green lotus, which quickly pressed down. The entire tea house shook again, emitting creaking sounds. Countless transparent inscriptions surged in the surroundings, forming a light barrier. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the green lotus sword chi. It was too terrifying. Just the aftershock was enough to make their hearts tremble. They felt as if they were being cut apart. One could only imagine how much pressure the young man in the middle was under. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not intend to be in a stalemate any longer. The great dragon sword soul surged and quickly poured into the golden mountain in the sky. The huge golden mountain rotated rapidly and became more solid. Mysterious runes appeared on it, forming a mysterious force. In the next moment, the void exploded. The golden mountain was like a demonic mountain, pressing down quickly and violently on the green lotus sword chi. When the two collided, a violent air current swept out in all directions. The tables, chairs, windows, and doors were instantly turned into dust. Even more energy slammed on the energy barrier, causing it to vibrate violently. It was really terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. The green lotus sword chi in the sky could not hold on any longer and shattered like glass. The 6 girls were terrified. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Their delicate bodies flew out and fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put away the golden mountain and the silver river in the sky. He picked up a cup of spiritual tea and took a sip. His back was still facing the crowd. Hong Wuji frowned even more. His opponent could easily break the green lotus sword formation. He was definitely a powerful martial artist. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. "Haha, red-robed kid, you don't have the right to know." Before Lin Xian could speak, the dark red dragon had already roared out. As soon as the words came out, Hong Wuji's face darkened. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. In the void, tens of thousands of sword radiances appeared, making a loud noise. The terrifying aura was like a violent tsunami, shocking everyone. Sun-moon seal. Lin Xian formed another seal and shot out a sun. The void vibrated, forming a red sun. It was extremely dazzling, just like a real sun. The dazzling sunlight also turned into tens of thousands of golden swords, piercing out fiercely. Clang, clang! Bam! Bam! The 2 types of sword chi fought in the void, causing a large crack to appear in the void. It was a shocking and terrifying sight. In the end, the 2 types of sword chi disappeared at the same time and turned into spiritual chi. He withstood it. The crowd was shocked. They had not expected the young man to withstand Hong Wuji's attack. This was unbelievable. Hong Wuji could injure a martial artist at the peak of first-level honorable realm with a casual attack. This meant that Hong Wuji's strength was above that of a second-level honorable realm. He might even be stronger. Now, the young man with the back view had also displayed powerful strength. He did not seem to be any weaker than Hong Wuji. This young man is also a supreme talent. I wonder which superpower he is from. The crowd was shocked. They were familiar with this situation. After all, the Vientiane auction had attracted many supreme talents. Countless powerful martial artists would enter Windy City. However, they had not expected 2 supreme talents to fight so quickly. "Who are you?" Hong Wuji's voice was cold and his expression was solemn. The fact that the young man could withstand his attack was enough to show that he was not an ordinary person. He was at least as powerful as Hong Wuji. This person was definitely not a nameless person. As long as you have the ability to turn me around, you will know who I am. Lin Xian said flatly, "You are courting death." Hong Wuji's eyes darkened and he was ready to attack again. However, at that moment, a crisp laughter rang out in the void like wind chimes. "Aya, it's so lively here." A gentle voice rang out, causing the hearts of those who heard it to tremble. Many people raised their heads and looked over. Another figure appeared at the top of the stairs. Chapter 799. She was an extremely flirtatious lady. She wore a fiery red dress, and her chest revealed her snow-white flesh. Her long, slender legs were faintly discernible under the light veil. Her peach blossom eyes were captivating, as if they could mesmerize anyone. There was also a faint layer of crimson radiance on her delicate body that enveloped her. She was like a demoness. Huang Xiaoxiao. Everyone's heart trembled. She was a disciple of the Huang family and a top genius among the younger generation of the Huang family. She was extremely famous in Wind-Seeking City. Many people swallowed their saliva and forcefully shifted their gazes away. They had no choice. Although Huang Xiaoxiao was flirtatious, she was vicious and merciless. She was definitely a ruthless character. Moreover, this lady's cultivation was at least at the second-level honorable realm. She was extremely powerful and was the reason why no one dared to provoke her. Huang Xiaoxiao's gaze turned and quickly swept past the crowd. Then, she looked at the figure with his back facing the crowd. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Huang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes looked at the figure with his back facing the crowd and revealed a trace of surprise. She realized that she could not see through the other party's cultivation. If she looked carefully, there was a mysterious force that blocked her view. She had never encountered such a situation before, so she took a few more glances. However, in the end, she placed her gaze on Hong Wuji. It was clear that he was more interested in the young master of Red Leaf Valley compared to the rest. "I've long heard of the great name of the Red Leaf Valley. After meeting you today, the disciples of the Red Leaf Valley are indeed extraordinary." Huang Xiaoxiao said with a smile, "Who are you?" Hong Wuji asked in a deep voice. He could naturally feel the powerful aura from the other party. "I'm Huang Xiaoxiao." Huang Xiaoxiao smiled charmingly. Her voice was sweet and pleasant, causing many people's blood to boil and their bodies to heat up. "You're also here for the white-robed scholar?" Hong Wuji asked coldly. "I'm not interested in the white-robed scholar. I'm more interested in the golden-feathered divine eagle in his hands." "In that case, you're going to compete with me?" Hong Wuji's eyes darkened. "You're thinking too much." Huang Xiaoxiao smiled. "How would I dare to compete with you? However, the young master of the Red Leaf Valley will definitely not be interested in the golden-feathered divine eagle. How about you give it to me?" The two of them chatted as if the white-clothed scholar and the golden-feathered divine eagle were already fish on their chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The Crimson Dragon was tired of hearing this. He asked, "Damn, Ben Huang is so angry. Kid, are you still not going to make a move? These fellows are too despicable. They don't put you in their eyes at all. Ben Huang has a toothache just looking at it." Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He also transmitted his voice. "Don't be hasty. Now is not the time to act. If we're going to play this time, let's play big. Wouldn't it be better to shock everyone? F***CK, this kid has guts. I like it." The Crimson Dragon narrowed its eyes, ready to watch a good show. "Dong! Dong! Dong!" Another powerful voice rang out. Needless to say, another expert had arrived. Sure enough, it didn't take long before another figure appeared at the staircase. He was dressed in yellow and had a handsome face. His temperament was extraordinary. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a sharp glint in them. "So it's Brother Lung Feng. I didn't expect you to come too." Huang Xiaoxiao smiled softly. This young man was also a young expert from Wind-Seeking City. His cultivation had reached the second sky of the Honorable Realm. He was also one of the top experts among the younger generation of the Lung clan. He was much stronger than Lung Yu. "It seems that everyone is here for the golden-feathered divine eagle." Lung Feng directly said what everyone was concerned about. That white-robed scholar insulted our Lung clan's war beast castle and took away our Lung clan's exotic beast by force. So this time, I must kill him and bring the exotic beast back. Lung Feng's voice was cold, and there was a strong murderous intent in his words. It seemed that he wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. The Crimson Dragon was overjoyed. Another expert had arrived. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch this time. Hong Wuji looked at Lung Feng with a serious look in his eyes. However, he still said in a deep voice, "No matter how many people come, the white-robed scholar is mine. I want to suppress him with my own hands." His voice was full of confidence. "Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. Even Ben Huang wants to beat him up." The Crimson Dragon was furious. Lin Xian frowned. This guy was too arrogant. He didn't take him seriously at all. It seemed that he had to find a chance to teach him a lesson. At this moment, Huang Xiaoxiao sighed. "But it seems that the white-robed scholar doesn't dare to come out. Otherwise, with our power, we would have found him long ago. Humph! Useless trash. So many people admire him. What a joke!" Lung Feng sneered in disdain. "If he dares to come out, I'll kill him with a slash. Most legends can't be trusted. What genius scholar! In my eyes, he's just an ant." Hong Wuji sneered. "He got the golden-feathered divine eagle by pure luck. If any of us were here, he wouldn't have succeeded that day." The three of them talked among themselves. They didn't take the white-robed scholar seriously at all. However, the discussion of the three fell into the hearts of the crowd, which immediately caused many people to be dissatisfied. They were the martial artists who saw the white-robed scholar with their own eyes. That scene was unforgettable. Since then, many of them idolized the white-robed scholar. Now, someone dared to ridicule their idol. They were trembling with anger. Although you're powerful, the white-robed scholar isn't weak either. His strength is comparable to yours. It's impossible for any of you to defeat him alone. That's right. I saw him break the blue array of the Lung family's war beast castle effortlessly with my own eyes. He's definitely stronger than those elders." Many people shared what they saw. The crowd was in a heated discussion. They all felt that the white-robed youth was indeed a genius. Even the disciples of Senmu College were no match for him. How can someone like him be weak? A cute girl with big eyes said, "Who dares to insult the reputation of Senmu College?" At this moment, a cold voice was heard. It was like a sharp blade that shook the void. Immediately after, a light flashed and a black figure appeared in the tea house. It was a tall man with a cold face. He stood there like a demon. He didn't move, but the aura he emitted was like that of a wild beast. It intimidated everyone. An expert. An absolute expert. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect another young expert to appear at this time. The demon-like, black-robed youth's eyes were like lightning. He scanned the surroundings and finally stared at the cute girl with big eyes. "Are you the one insulting the reputation of Senmu College?" The voice was cold and sharp. It cut the air mercilessly. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the black-robed youth was a young expert from Senmu College. Chapter 800. The big-eyed girl's body trembled slightly. Her fair face was filled with fear, but she still stubbornly said, "I saw it with my own eyes. That white-robed scholar defeated your Senmu College's disciple." "Nonsense!" the black-robed youth shouted coldly. Suddenly, the surrounding tables, chairs, and windows turned into powder. It also caused the defensive light screen to vibrate. Boom! The terrifying sound wave was like a sharp spear that quickly pierced towards the cute girl. This attack was very terrifying. It could tear apart mountains and rivers. If the cute girl was hit, she would probably die immediately. Everyone was shocked. The terrifying shock wave blew them away. No one dared to step forward. In an instant, the formless sound wave spear was in front of the cute girl. The next moment, it was about to pierce her. The cute girl was so scared that her face turned pale. She sat on the ground, tears in her eyes. She looked very pitiful. Finally, she screamed and closed her eyes. Bang! A low sound was heard. It was like thunder exploding in the void. A strong wind swept across, blowing on everyone's body and causing them pain. Everyone was shocked. They quickly turned their heads and exclaimed. The formless sound wave spear did not pierce the cute girl. Instead, it was blocked by a cold moon. The two were in a stalemate. In the void, the cute girl, Vivian, opened her eyes and was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. She thought that she was going to die, but she did not expect someone to save her at the last moment. Everyone was stunned. They were extremely shocked. They did not expect someone to help at the last moment. Huang Xiao and the others were also shocked. She wanted to watch a good show, but she did not expect to be interrupted. Hong Wuji frowned. He stared at the figure with his back to everyone. His eyes were flickering. The black-robed youth was the most angry. He was here to clear the name of the college. As a disciple of Senmu College, he would not allow anyone to insult the college's reputation, so he did not hold back in the attack just now. He wanted to use blood to intimidate everyone. However, he did not expect that someone would dare to stop him. In his opinion, it was unforgivable. Who dares to stop me? Come out. The black-robed youth's voice was cold and thunderous. You can't even tell who did it. What's there to be arrogant about? The crimson dragon sneered. He couldn't stand this kind of behavior that bullied the weak. Hiding your head, but showing your tail, I can tell at a glance that you're a cowardly rat. The black-clothed youth remained unmoved, and his cold gaze once again stared at the cute girl. How dare you insult the reputation of Senmu College? You can only atone for your crimes with your death. The cute girl's body trembled and curled into a ball like a kitten. Her large eyes were filled with terror, and her entire body was trembling nonstop. Lin Xian coldly snorted. His expression was abnormally cold, and a hint of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. If the other party was targeting him, then he had nothing to say. However, the other party had bullied a weak girl right from the start, and even wanted to kill her? He didn't dare to do that. Could it be that just because the girl spoke the truth, she had to suffer the punishment of death? Lin Xian couldn't bear it. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Moreover, the girl had said those words to protect him. Lin Xian couldn't just sit by and watch. If someone died because of him, he would never be at ease for the rest of his life. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to step in and save the cute girl. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force surged out and transformed into an invisible ribbon. It enveloped the cute girl and pulled her back. You're courting death. The black-clothed youth was furious. Someone actually dared to touch the person he wanted to kill. He sneered and pointed a finger. Light circled his fingertip like a divine light and quickly flew out. Whoosh! This finger rushed towards the cute girl's heart. If she was pierced, she would probably die immediately. Lin Xian's expression was gloomy. The other party actually wanted to kill a weak girl. Did they have no humanity at all? He quickly formed a seal with his palm and struck out. Spiritual power surged out, and a dazzling silver river hung upside down in the void like 3,000 waterfalls. A ray of light intercepted the finger beam. The other ray quickly enveloped the cute girl to protect her. Bam! An earth-shattering sound rang out again. The dazzling finger beam collided with the silver river, creating a torrent of energy. On the other side, the cute girl safely arrived at Lin Xian's side. You blocked it. The black-clothed youth's expression was gloomy. He pointed his finger beam again. The light was as bright as the stars. The power of this finger beam was several times stronger than before. The finger beam flickered like a dragon. It roared ferociously out of the sea and quickly rampaged through the void. Lin Xian still used the sun and moon seal. A silver moon hung in the void and rotated gently. The moonlight flowed like water waves and quickly strangled the dragon. The terrifying energy of the finger beam was vast. It transformed into a dragon that roared and bared its fangs and claws, tearing the void apart. The silver moon vibrated and scattered its moonlight. It was like a crystal-clear silver light. The two collided with a sonorous sound that shook one's soul. However, no matter how the dragon roared, it could not break free from the moonlight. Not only that, the more it struggled, the tighter the moonlight ribbon became. In the end, it completely wrapped around it. The cold moonlight was like a transparent ribbon that destroyed the dragon. What? It's destroyed! The black-clothed youth's pupils constricted. He knew the power of this attack. It was terrifying, but it was easily destroyed by the other party. For a moment, he could not accept it. Huang Xiaoxiao, Lung Feng, and the others also frowned and stared at the back of the figure. This person's strength was far beyond their expectations. The black-clothed youth took a deep breath and his eyes turned gloomy. Brat, how dare you meddle in my business? You're dead meat. His eyes were full of killing intent. In the next moment, a powerful aura burst out. He quickly swung his fist and punched at Lin Xian. Crack, crack, crack. The void trembled as if it was about to split open. A powerful force surged like an Archean ferocious beast that pounced at Lin Xian. In the void, the moon rotated again. The moonlight swept in all directions like a sword beam and quickly slashed at the fist. Dong! 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 The two collided. The terrifying fist was incomparably powerful and scattered the moonlight. However, more moonlight poured in like water ripples. It was densely packed and covered the sky. All of them quickly slashed down. Thousands of rays of moonlight gathered and formed a moonlight divine sword that swept in all directions. In the end, the terrifying fist could not withstand it and was sent flying. The black-clothed youth also took 3 steps back with a look of shock on his face. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. Huang Xiaoxiao, Lung Feng, and the others frowned even more. The black-clothed martial artist's strength was on par with theirs, but he could not defeat a young man with his back facing them. This made them uneasy. If that was the case, the two of them were no match for him. Who are you? Why are you meddling in my business? The youth's expression was ugly. You won't have a good ending if you offend Senmu College. Chapter 801. Senmu College? Lin Xian sneered. Do you think you can represent the college? Don't flatter yourself. If Senmu College was filled with scum like you, it would have closed down a long time ago, using the name of the college to bully the weak. How shameless! You, the young man in black, was at a loss for words. He trembled with anger. At the side, the adorable girl with big eyes looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were full of excitement. She wanted to exclaim, "Sure!" Lin Xian shook his head gently, indicating for her not to speak. The girl with big eyes nodded desperately, then sat down beside Lin Xian with an excited expression. Hee, you're really skilled, young master. I'm impressed. Huang Xiaoxiao smiled. How should I address you, young master? Where are you from? Then she smiled coquettishly. Why don't you give me some face and stop fighting? The young man in black snorted. His gaze was cold, but he did not speak. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Do I know you? Why should I give you face? Hearing this, Huang Xiaoxiao's charming face stiffened. She could not believe what she had just heard. The martial artists around them exclaimed, their minds blank. Huang Xiaoxiao had been in Wenfeng City for a long time, and no one dared to disrespect her. Moreover, an unknown young man dared to scold her to her face. Her seductive face darkened at that thought. This little brother has a bad temper. I wonder what makes him so daring to speak to me like that. Huang Xiaoxiao's voice was cold. You should know that you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you say something like that. Lung Feng also stepped forward. You're arrogant, kid. It looks like you're not going to give us face. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Lin Xian shouted coldly. These people had mercilessly mocked him and treated him like a fish on a chopping board. How could he be nice to them now? Lin Xian did not have a good impression of the Huang and Lung families to begin with. He was already giving them face by not attacking them immediately. Now, these people still wanted to get close to him. Was this even possible? The surrounding people were so shocked that their minds went blank. This young man was too valiant. He actually scolded the young top experts of the Lung and Huang families at the same time. Did he not want to live anymore? You're courting death. Lung Feng's face darkened as killing intent filled his eyes. Huang Xiaoxiao's face was also taut as she said softly, Let me see what makes you so arrogant. Lin Xian and Lin Xian were like two streaks of starlight moving at incredible speed. In an instant, they arrived in front of Lin Xian. Huang Xiaoxiao used a pair of short swords that were like the fangs of a viper. They were dark green and ghastly, and they carried dense poison. Even an Exalt realm martial artist would be poisoned if they encountered them. Surrounded by green light and thin mist, it quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. It was extremely dangerous. On the other side, Lung Feng also attacked, his killing intent shocking. He used a scimitar that was shaped like a crescent moon. It drew an astonishing arc as it slashed towards Lin Xian's neck. Boundless killing intent erupted like a river of stars pouring down. It was extremely cold. Along with the cold blade, all of it surged towards Lin Xian. The two experts attacked fiercely. Even a second-rank Exalt would be severely injured in an instant. Therefore, they were confident that they could take down Lin Xian immediately. Lin Xian formed hand seals with both hands. He used the Mountain River seal in his left hand and the Sun Moon seal in his right hand. He struck out with both hands towards the two of them. Boom! The void trembled as a silver river hung in the sky like a divine river, blocking the dark green poison outside. At the same time, the golden mountain spun and blazed with divine light. It rushed into the clouds and smashed towards Huang Xiaoxiao with terrifying force. On the other side, the cold moonlight formed an invisible ribbon that quickly wrapped around the opponent. The dazzling sun evolved into countless flaming divine swords that pierced through the void. Every sword light carried with it a fiery glow, burning everything in its path. Boom! There was a shocking explosion as Lin Xian fought against two opponents by himself. Whoosh! Boom! Along with the terrifying sound, the crowd saw two figures retreat from the energy tide. They were Huang Xiaoxiao and Lung Feng. What? He repelled them. Everyone was shocked. That mysterious young man had repelled two young experts by himself? This was too shocking. Huang Xiaoxiao and Lung Feng were even more shocked. They could easily kill a second-rank Exalt if they joined forces, but they were repelled at this moment. Could he be a third-rank Exalt? The two of them were shocked as soon as they thought of this. However, the two of them quickly shook their heads. If he was a third-rank Exalt, they would not only be repelled, but they would also be severely injured. Even so, the two of them were still very wary. The two of them looked at each other and wanted to attack again. However, at this moment, a cold light suddenly appeared and stabbed towards Lin Xian. This unforeseen event was extremely shocking, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. In fact, from the moment Lin Xian attacked to the moment Huang Xiaoxiao and Lung Feng were repelled, only an instant had passed. The cold light in the void also appeared in an instant. This cold light was shocking. It was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of them in an instant. Ordinary martial artists could not see it clearly. Only Hong Wuji and a few other experts could see it clearly. It was a thin sword that was only 2 fingers wide and 1 meter long. It was like a cold light that pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sneak attack? He was not afraid. However, he despised the other party's actions. Moreover, he felt that such a person was not worthy of being a disciple of Senmu College. That's right, the person who suddenly attacked was the young man in black who claimed to be from Senmu College. He could not defeat Lin Xian, so he could only think of such a sinister attack. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. Boom! In the next moment, a bloody light spread out behind Lin Xian, and a terrifying and violent aura erupted. The void was dyed red, and a monstrous sea of blood appeared. It carried a murderous aura and blasted in all directions. Poof! The bloody sea surged and formed a wave that slammed into the young man in black, sending him flying. That was not the end. A bloody sword condensed in the sea of blood and stood in the void. It then slashed down. The young man in black was sent flying. He felt that all the bones in his body had cracked. However, before he could recover, a bloody sword light rushed towards him. The sword light was too terrifying. The murderous aura on it was shocking. Before the sword light arrived, the aura was already enough to make people tremble. Oh no! His expression changed drastically, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. In his current state, he could not withstand the sword at all. Gritting his teeth, the young man in black used a life-saving technique. A ball of black light appeared under his feet. It suddenly exploded, causing his speed to increase exponentially. Only then did he manage to dodge the sword. Huff! Huff! The young man in black came to the side, panting. Although it was only a few moves, it was as if he had experienced the cycle of life and death. Let's attack together. I don't believe that the 3 of us can't take him down. Huang Xiaoxiao shouted. She wanted to combine the strength of the 3 to kill Lin Xian. Chapter 802. Let's attack together. The 3 of us will kill him. Huang Xiaoxiao shouted and moved quickly. Lang Feng followed behind and gripped the crescent blade in his hand tightly. The young man in black gritted his teeth and attacked as well. He had to kill his opponent to prove himself. Otherwise, today's battle would become his inner demon and obstruct his future path in the martial Dao. The 3 of them attacked Lin Xian from 3 different directions. Everyone held their breaths and watched with wide eyes. This was a scene that they would never see again. Hong Wuji's expression was similarly solemn. These 3 people were all second-level venerables, and each of them was extremely powerful and could suppress an entire region. Now that the 3 of them had joined forces, their aura was absolutely terrifying. Even he was not confident of winning. Hence, in his opinion, Lin Xian would not be able to handle it. Lin Xian frowned. The 3 second-level honorables had indeed given him a lot of pressure. However, since he had chosen to attack, he did not plan to lose. Not only that, but he also wanted to teach this person a lesson. In the next instant, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the blood sword in the sky. He then swept it out. Boom! The blood sword chi surged and drew an arc in the sky. It carried a violent, murderous aura and tore the void apart. The power of this sword was terrifying and the murderous aura was shocking. It was like a vast ocean, surging violently. Lin Xian's combat power was shocking. When he swung his sword, the entire space turned blood red. Boom! The blood sword chi finally collided with the 3 of them, and the energy exploded instantly. The tea house was protected by a powerful array and was not damaged. However, everything in the tea house was turned into ashes. Some of the weaker martial artists were swept by the energy shock waves and immediately vomited blood. He blocked it again. Hong Wuji's sword chi surrounded him and shattered the energy around him. Hence, he continued to sit there. However, His expression did not look very good. That was because he realized that Lin Xian had blocked the three of them. Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two looked even worse. They were all shocked and could not believe it. The other party was actually able to contend against them all by himself? Perhaps even those powerful older generation ancient martial art practitioners would not be able to do so. Were they shocked? Lin Xian sneered. You think you are powerful, but you are just frogs at the bottom of a well. Then he swung his sword again and turned around at the same time. Sky-splitting blood sword. This sword came from the inheritance of the blood-colored killing sword in the King's Stone statue. Bang! The three of them were sent flying by the sword, and the entire space was annihilated. Shock, absolute shock. Everyone was shocked by the mysterious youth's battle prowess, but they were also very curious about what he looked like. Therefore, many people looked over with rapt attention. Even Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two, who had retreated far away, looked up. Then someone exclaimed, What? It's him, the genius scholar. It's him. I told you that scholar is definitely a genius. Haha, I was right. Many people in the crowd cheered excitedly. As for Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two, their expressions became extremely ugly. From the discussions of the crowd, they understood that this mysterious expert was the scholar they were looking for. However, the ironic thing was that not long ago they had been chatting merrily before the crowd, completely disregarding the white-clothed scholar. But now, even with the three of them joining hands, they were still unable to defeat him. A slap in the face, a blatant slap in the face. Hong Wuji was also watching with rapt attention. He did not expect that the mysterious youth was the person he was looking for. Staring at the other party, Hong Wuji's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. However, he did not act rashly. The other party's battle just now was too shocking. His strength was definitely not inferior to his. Lin Xian looked at the shocked expressions of Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two and immediately sneered. He said, coldly, The three of you were very arrogant before. Didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? Why aren't you coming now? He sneered, then waved his sleeve and summoned the golden-feathered divine eagle. Come, the thing you want is here. Lin Xian held the blood sword in his hand and looked around disdainfully. His gaze was like a sword as he stared at the three people in front of him. Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two's expressions were ugly. They glared at him angrily and trembled with anger. Shameful, too shameful. Who would dare to provoke the three of them? They were usually high and mighty existences, but now they were actually suppressed by the same person to the point that they could not raise their heads. Kid, don't go too far. Lung Feng looked at the golden-feathered divine eagle in the distance, his eyes burning with anger. That was the mutated beast of his family. Now that it was being used, he was being humiliated in public. Going too far? Lin Xian laughed. I'm bullying you. Are you unhappy? If you're unhappy, you can fight. I'll take you on any time. Lin Xian stepped forward and said loudly. The surrounding people were shocked. This young man was too domineering. He did not give the Lung family any face at all. However, most of them agreed and were excited. They imagined that Lin Xian was them. Damn it, the Lung family won't let you off. Lung Feng roared angrily. How is it? You feel terrible, right? Lin Xian sneered. When you were so arrogant and wanted to kill me, did you think about my feelings? Now you can't take it anymore. Where's your arrogance from before? I thought you were some kind of expert or genius. Now it seems that you're just trash. Three trash. Lin Xian's voice was cold. His words were sharp and merciless. Indeed, three trash. Hong Wuji snorted disdainfully. You, Lung Feng, and the other two trembled in anger. They almost vomited blood. Their faces were ferocious. They wanted to fight with their lives, but they did not have the courage to do so. Not only are they trash, but they're also three cowards. Lin Xian sneered. Kid, ignore them. Why don't we fight? Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly. No hurry. Let's get rid of the three of them first. Lin Xian walked over slowly with the blood sword in his hand. What are you trying to do? Lung Feng and Huang Xiaoxiao panicked. Kill. Lin Xian's voice was cold. You're here to kill me. Do you think I'll let you go? Hearing this, Lung Feng and the other two's pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with fear. You dare to kill me? You don't want to live anymore. They were indeed stunned and exclaimed in shock. That's right, they had lost face, but they had never been worried about their own safety. The three of them had extraordinary identities. Two of them were disciples of big families in Wind-Seeking City, while the other was a disciple of Senmu College. Their identities were noble, and no one dared to offend them. Not to mention, no one dared to kill them. But now a young man wanted to kill all three of them at the same time. How audacious! Kid, if you dare to touch a hair of mine, there will be no place for you in Wind-Seeking City. Huang Xiaoxiao said in a sharp voice, You're dead. The Lung family will not let you go. Lung Feng roared with hatred. If you dare to touch me, you'll be hunted down endlessly. Chapter 803. You're dead. The Lung family will not let you off. Lung Feng roared. How dare you touch me? You'll be hunted down endlessly. Poof! Before Lung Feng could finish his sentence, the blood-red sword slashed down, and Lung Feng's head flew into the air. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill Lung Feng so decisively. Huang Xiaoxiao and the black-clothed youth were stunned as well. They stood rooted to the ground. Lung Feng's head flew into the air and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe that Lin Xian dared to kill him. Was he not afraid of the Lung family's revenge? Lung Feng's head fell to the ground with disbelief and unwillingness. Poof! Poof! Lung Feng's headless body fell to the ground and his blood flowed like a river. However, something even stranger happened. All the blood was attracted by the blood sword in Lin Xian's hand and absorbed. A hazy blood diagram appeared behind Lin Xian's back. It was extremely mysterious. At that moment, Lin Xian felt that his understanding of the blood sword legacy had deepened. Soon, the blood on the ground was sucked dry, and Lung Feng's body became a dried corpse. Lin Xian turned his eyes and stared at Huang Xiaoxiao and the young man in black. Huang Xiaoxiao felt Lin Xian's gaze and woke up from her daze. She screamed, You killed him. You're dead. The Lung family will not let you off. Her face was covered in blood. Coupled with her panicked expression, she looked terrifying. I killed you because you deserve to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he raised the blood-red sword in his hand again. No, don't kill me. Huang Xiaoxiao was finally afraid when she felt the violent killing intent. She did not want to die. Let me go, and I'll agree to anything you want. Huang Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with pleading and seduction. As long as you're willing, my body will be yours. Her voice was alluring and seductive. I'm not interested in you. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. The blood-red sword stabbed into Lung Feng's body. Poof! The sword pierced through Lung Feng's heart. You, the Huang family will avenge me. Huang Xiaoxiao used the last of her strength and screamed. At the same time, she burned the last of her blood and used a secret technique to attack Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, you're dead. Even if you kill me, the Huang family won't let you off. Huang Xiaoxiao revealed a final trace of malevolence before falling to the ground. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He could feel that there was something extra in his body, but he couldn't detect it. Temporarily putting aside the doubts in his heart, he once again looked at the last black-clothed martial artist. Don't kill me. The black-clothed youth was terrified and no longer had his previous arrogance. I'm warning you, I'm a disciple of Senmu College and a member of Dao Ling Association. The Dao Spirit Association was established by the disciples of the Yen family. You can't afford to offend them. Tao Spirit Association. Lin Xian laughed, his mouth full of disdain. He slowly lowered his head and looked down at the black-clothed youth. I even dared to kill Yan Qingyang, not to mention you. What you are. The black-clothed youth was shocked and terrified. A figure appeared in his mind. He finally knew who the scholar in front of him was. However, he didn't have the chance to speak because the crimson sword had already pierced his chest. Plop! When the last corpse turned into a mummy and fell, the crowd recovered from the shock. Too shocking, too exciting. One person had killed 3 top young experts, and they were all of noble status. It wouldn't be long before Wind-Seeking City would riot. At least the Huang family and the Lung family wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Hong Wuji was also slightly stunned. The young man in front of him had once again exceeded his expectations. Even if he was the young master of Red Leaf Valley, he wouldn't dare to kill the 3 of them at the same time. One could imagine how shocked he was. Interesting, very interesting. Hong Wuji exclaimed. Red Leaf Valley has always been arrogant. I didn't expect to see someone even more arrogant today. Kid, you've got guts. The 6 girls looked surprised. They had never heard of anyone being praised by Hong Wuji before. Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly, and a powerful aura was released from his body. However, I still have to suppress you. I've said it before. You're no match for me. He stood up slowly. His aura was as sharp as a divine sword that had been unsheathed. Lin Xian held the crimson sword in his hand and looked at Hong Wuji. Behind him, a sea of blood surged and a murderous aura shot up to the sky. Boom! Their auras collided and an earth-shattering explosion was heard. It almost tore the entire tea house's defense apart. The crowd retreated and watched anxiously. Just as the 2 of them were about to attack, a long roar was heard from afar. Who dares to kill the disciples of the Huang family? The voice was filled with anger like a ferocious tiger. It was extremely terrifying. Along with them, several powerful auras were rushing towards them at high speed. Oh no, the Huang family is here. The crowd was shocked. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the other party to be alerted so quickly. He looked at Hong Wuji and said coldly, "We'll fight another day." Then, Lin Xian turned into a ray of sword light and flew into the distance. Thief, where do you think you're going? Just as Lin Xian left the tea house, a terrifying palm of light fell quickly. The palm was glowing with green light like a ghost claw and covered a radius of 1,000 meters. The sky suddenly darkened and a terrifying aura surged. The green ghost claw covered the sky and formed rays of green light. They intertwined to form a light cage and trapped Lin Xian. The cage was hard as if it was made of divine metal. It was extremely sturdy and looked like a prison from hell. It was difficult to escape. Little bastard, how dare you kill the disciples of the Huang family? How dare you? The person who came was an elder in green. He was an elder of the Huang family. He shouted, "Today I'll extract your soul and refine it so that you'll never be reincarnated." The elder's expression was ferocious and murderous. The moment they knew that Huang Xiaoxiao was dead, the entire Huang family almost went crazy. Huang Xiaoxiao was a genius disciple of the Huang family and one of the most promising ones. But now he was actually killed by someone. They couldn't accept it. They didn't even dare to believe it. One should know that the Huang family was considered a powerful force in Wind-Seeking City. Even some elites didn't dare to provoke them. Moreover, no one dared to kill a disciple of the Huang family unless they were mortal enemies. Therefore, they didn't believe that Huang Xiaoxiao was dead. However, the nameplate that represented Huang Xiaoxiao's identity was broken. They also sensed the blood mark that Huang Xiaoxiao made before she died. That was a secret technique of the Huang family. At the cost of one's life, they would make a tracking mark that could clearly guide the enemy. However, this secret technique wouldn't be used until they were on the brink of death. Since the blood mark appeared, it meant that Huang Xiaoxiao was really dead. Thinking of this, The elder in green robe's expression became ferocious. "Kid, dying 10,000 times isn't enough to atone for your sins. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece. I'll let you live like a dog. I'll let you live a life worse than death." Chapter 804. The green-robed elder was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear the other party apart. The green ghost claw covered the sky and released countless auras, forming a hellish cage. Everyone was shocked. The scene was too terrifying, as expected of an elder. However, most of them were worried for Lin Xian. After all, they had seen what happened with their own eyes. It was not that Lin Xian was a killer, but that Huang Xiaoxiao and the others had gone too far. Anyone would have attacked if they were in Lin Xian's shoes. Lin Xian roared and waved the blood sword in his hand, releasing a monstrous sword radiance. A violent and shocking killing aura surged. A sea of blood appeared and slapped in all directions, tearing the green cage apart in an instant. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned into a sword radiance and flew out of the cage. He stood in the air and stared at the green-robed elder. "Bastard, I want you dead!" The green-robed elder's killing intent surged. Behind him, dozens of lights lit up and rushed over. These people were all experts of the Huang family. They were all here to capture the murder. Everyone in Wind-Seeking City knows who's right and who's wrong. If it weren't for your disciples being too arrogant and vicious, they wouldn't have died. The reason why they were so arrogant and vicious was because they had your support. So, the one who killed them wasn't me, but you. If you old things continue to be arrogant and protect them, more disciples will die. Lin Xian said with a sonorous voice, holding the killing sword in his hand. "What nonsense!" The green-robed elder was trembling with anger. At this time, the experts of the other families had also arrived. They were all glaring at Lin Xian as if they had lost their minds. "How dare you kill Sister Xiao? I'll kill you!" A young man with a ferocious face walked out. The killing intent in his eyes surged, turning into tangible radiance, terrifying and terrifying. "You can't," Lin Xian sneered. "Let those old things do it. You're courting death." The young man was furious. His name was Huang Luo, and he was one of the 3 strongest people in the younger generation of the Huang family. His strength was even above Huang Xiaoxiao's. When he heard Lin Xian's mockery, he immediately roared and rushed over. "No!" The green-robed old man shouted from behind, his face full of anxiety. They had already lost Huang Xiaoxiao. They couldn't afford to lose Huang Luo. Otherwise, there wouldn't be many people left in the younger generation of the Huang family. However, his reminder was too late. With Huang Luo's speed, he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. With a flash of light, a high-grade, spirit-ranked treasured saber appeared in his hand. The saber radiance was resplendent like the Milky Way, pouring down in torrents with a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. "Brat die!" Huang Luo laughed savagely. However, Lin Xian only smiled disdainfully. His eyes focused, and the sword of slaughter in his hand became even more solid, as if it was a real sword. Killing frenzy. The sword radiance flickered like a blood-red dragon attacking, its roar shaking the heavens. Clang! Puff! The resplendent saber radiance was sent flying, and the terrifying blood-red sword Qi slashed at Huang Luo. "No, block it." Huang Luo didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful that he could break his attack in an instant. In a panic, he quickly defended himself. However, he didn't know that Lin Xian had mastered the blood sword inheritance, and his body also had the great dragon sword soul, a heaven-defying, offensive saint technique. Therefore, the power of this sword was extremely powerful. Puff! His defense shattered in an instant. Huang Luo's pupils constricted. He felt the cold sword Qi pierce his body, and then mercilessly slash through his body. Then his senses disappeared. Along with the disappearance of his consciousness, there was also shock and fear. Puff! In the sky, Huang Luo's body was cut in half by the sword radiance. Puff! Puff! A rain of blood fell, as if it was attracted by an invisible force, and all of it entered Lin Xian's blood sword and the sea of blood behind him. No. Everyone in the Huang family was stunned, and then they screamed crazily, "He's dead! He's dead again!" The second strongest youth in their family had died in front of them. "Ah, I hate it! Bastard! I'll definitely kill you!" The green-robed elder roared at the sky. His voice was like thunder, and it shattered the surrounding buildings. A powerful and violent aura gushed out like a volcanic eruption, blasting the clouds and the sky away. More Huang family martial artists moved, and they surrounded Lin Xian. Today, they must kill the sinner in front of them. Lin Xian looked around, and the corner of his mouth curled up in disdain. A piece of trash like this would die with a single sword strike. He really didn't know what they were sad about. Puff! Several Huang family elders were so angry that they vomited blood, and their bodies trembled. Trash, the second strongest youth in their family, was called trash by someone else? Intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Kill! Tear him into pieces! The green-robed elder roared, and he took the initiative to attack. With a punch, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the wind whistled in the void as if it was going to tear the sky apart. "You want to fight? Then come!" Lin Xian roared, and his eyes flashed. Behind him, the sea of blood surged. Boom! A great battle broke out. Lin Xian formed a seal with his left hand, and a blood-red mountain appeared. It enlarged in the air and collided with the green-robed fist. The entire mountain was blood-red, as if it was a mountain from hell. It was extremely terrifying, and the green-robed fist was pushed back in an instant. Then he swung his right hand, and the blood-red sword light turned into a furious dragon that pounced in all directions. Ah! 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 In an instant, a few screams were heard. Some of the weaker Huang family disciples were cut in half by the blood-red sword light, and their blood was sucked away. "Back off!" The green-robed elder roared. "Those below the second sky of martial honor realm, leave. Go and inform the Lung family that their genius has been killed too." In an instant, the entire sky was cleared, and only Lin Xian and the 6 ferocious-looking elders were left. "Kid, you won't be able to escape death today." The green-robed elder's voice was cold. Even a 3rd sky martial honor wouldn't dare to face 6 second sky martial honors head-on, let alone this little thief who wasn't even a 3rd sky martial honor. Feeling that the blood-red sword and the sea of blood behind him were getting stronger, Lin Xian's gaze was like a sword radiance that swept across the surroundings fearlessly. He formed a seal with his left hand, and his right hand held the sword as he attacked rapidly. Attack! The 6 elders also attacked fiercely, using their own unique skills. Boom! A blood-red moon spun rapidly, and the moonlight was like a blood-red ribbon that quickly wrapped around the 2 elders. Then a golden sun appeared in the sky, shining with golden light. It was extremely terrifying. Crack! Countless rays of light fell, forming golden sword radiances that pierced towards the 2 elders. The golden radiances contained powerful lightning energy that made one's scalp go numb. The 2 elders were shocked, and they used all their strength to escape at the last moment. However, they were still swept by a few lightning sword radiances, and the sky exploded with lightning, sending the 2 elders flying. What? So powerful! The people below were shocked. Facing the attacks of 6 elders, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all, and he even managed to injure 2 of them in an instant. His strength and experience were too terrifying. "You're courting death." The green-robed elder was enraged, and a green-robed skeleton appeared behind him. It was extremely strange. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura that filled the sky. Chapter 805. A green skeleton appeared behind the green-clothed elder, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom! The entire sky suddenly boiled like a vast ocean, surging and surging violently. "Martial soul! It's a martial soul!" the crowd exclaimed. They did not expect the green-clothed elder to use his martial soul. It seemed like he was going to fight for real. The green skeleton was very eye-catching. The green skeleton was very tall, and there were mysterious patterns on it, emitting a terrifying aura. He stood in the void like a demon, terrifying everyone's hearts and souls. "I said, I'll kill you today." The green-clothed elder's voice was ferocious. His eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared at Lin Xian. In the other direction, the elders also summoned their martial souls. They were mighty and terrifying. Swoosh! The green skeleton moved and turned into a ray of light, rushing toward Lin Xian. Swoosh! In an instant he was beside Lin Xian. The skeleton's palm slapped down mercilessly. The palm glowed with a green light, as if it was made of green gold. It slashed toward Lin Xian like a treasure weapon. Lin Xian clenched his fist. Red flames danced on his fist, wrapping around his fist. Like a meteor, he quickly punched out. Clang! When the two collided, an earth-shattering boom rang out. The entire sky trembled as visible energy ripples spread out in all directions. The green-clothed elder summoned his martial soul and fought with Lin Xian. However, what shocked everyone was that Lin Xian did not summon his martial soul. Instead, he used his fist to fight against the elder's martial soul. Just how confident must he be? The green-clothed elder sneered. He controlled the skeleton martial soul and used a powerful martial skill to attack his opponent. Boom! Light shot out in all directions like fireworks. However, there was a fatal killing intent hidden in the light. Vermilion bird seal. Lin Xian waved his hand and shot out a flame. A huge vermilion bird was born from the flame and quickly rushed into the sky. When the vermilion bird appeared, the entire sky was dyed red. A scorching aura spread out, as if it was going to evaporate people. Not only was the heat unbearable, it could also evaporate spiritual energy. The green skeleton was affected, and its bronze body began to fade as if it was about to melt. Humph! The azure-robed old man snorted coldly and controlled the azure-robed skeleton to spit out an azure-colored cloud. The flames in the sky dimmed as if they were being corroded by the mist. What a terrifying poison! Everyone was terrified and quickly fled. This poison was too terrifying. Even a third heaven venerable would not dare to take it head-on. "Haha, kid, let's see what you can do. Turn into a puddle of blood under my poison." The green-robed old man's face was ferocious. He felt a thrill of revenge. However, in the next moment, the pleasure suddenly disappeared. What? Impossible! His pupils shrank as he cried out in shock. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. This was because Lin Xian had already escaped the poison's range and instantly appeared in front of him. So fast, the speed. How is this possible? The green-robed elder shrieked. Even a third heaven venerable realm cultivator probably wouldn't have such speed. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. They couldn't see it clearly at all. Hong Wuji frowned. Could this speed be an earth-grade martial art? He guessed in his heart, but he couldn't be sure. However, that movement technique was too fast and it shocked him. It must be a peerless martial art to have such speed. In fact, his guess was right. Lin Xian was using an earth-grade movement technique, the phantom illusionary demonic steps. He had already practiced this earth-grade movement technique to the small success stage. When he used it now, his speed was incomparable and even ghosts and gods couldn't dodge it. Even a third heaven venerable realm cultivator might not have such speed. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian swung his sword and slashed at the green-robed elder in front of him. Oh no! The green-robed elder's scalp went numb. Not to mention the sword chi. Just the overflowing killing intent was enough to make his heart beat wildly. Was he still human? He had never seen such a powerful killing intent before. It was like a god of death. The green-robed elder waved his hand and hurriedly shot out a light shadow to defend himself. Poof! However, it was useless. Those palm shadows were instantly shattered by Lin Xian's blood-red sword. They couldn't block it at all. What? The green-robed elder was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian's attack to be so fierce that it instantly shattered all his palm shadows. In the next moment, the blood-red sword Qi quickly slashed at him. Retreat! The green-robed elder didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated, and at the same time he waved his hands and summoned his martial soul to defend himself. Although he retreated extremely quickly, he still underestimated Lin Xian's speed. This sword was as fast as lightning. The red sword Qi turned into a blood-red lightning bolt and quickly slashed at his arm. Poof! Blood splattered. Half of the green-robed elder's right arm was chopped off. Ah! The green-robed elder's scalp went numb. His eyes were filled with horror as he turned into a green light and fled quickly. The crowd below was shocked and fell into silence. Even the Huang family elder's expressions changed drastically. The green-robed elder was also a powerful existence among them, but he was injured and fled in just a short moment. The situation changed too quickly, and they couldn't accept it at all. Trash! Not only are the younger generation trash, but the older generation is also trash. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder as he mocked mercilessly. You're courting death. How dare you insult the Huang family? I'll destroy you today. The other Huang family elders couldn't listen to it anymore. Although Lin Xian was powerful, they weren't weak either. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. If they joined forces, they could definitely suppress Lin Xian. Two Huang family elders walked up. One of them had a head of white hair and an old face, but his eyes were sharper than a blade. Obviously, he was a second-level honorable realm expert. Moreover, he was a second-level honorable realm expert. The other person was also an old man. However, he was wearing an ice-cold black armor that completely protected his body. The black battle suit emitted a cold light, and on its surface, there were many mysterious patterns flickering. This is a top spiritual treasure. Everyone was shocked. This level of armor could be said to be extremely tough and difficult to break. They didn't expect the Huang family elders to have such armor. It seemed like there was no suspense in this battle. Lin Xian probably couldn't break the armor's defense. Many people gasped and shook their heads slightly, feeling pity for Lin Xian. A top spiritual treasure was extremely powerful and would definitely be a great help. At this moment, the Huang family elder was wearing a black armor, which was equivalent to having an extra life. Among those of the same level, no one was his match. Humph, little thief, die. The Huang family elder in black armor only had his eyes exposed. The rest of his body was completely covered by the black armor. He was like a demon king as he slowly walked over in the air. Every step he took caused a huge explosion in the air, and countless waves swept in all directions. On the other side, the white-haired elder also walked over, holding a purple longsword in his hand. The long sword flickered, and there was a purple light on it. It was like a sunset that danced in the sky, making him look like a sword god. Obviously, the purple longsword was also a top spiritual treasure. The purple longsword was also engraved with mysterious inscriptions that contained a powerful attack. Chapter 806. The two elders sneered and attacked Lin Xian from both sides. Without wasting any time, the two of them attacked instantly. The white-haired elder wielded a purple longsword and slashed out quickly. A blazing sword radiance lit up the entire sky. The radiance was resplendent, illuminating tens of thousands of miles. The white-haired elder wielded a purple sword and slashed out quickly. The sword radiance flashed and tore through the void, quickly slashing towards Lin Xian. A top-grade, spirit-grade sword? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. He quickly drew the wind shadow sword from his waist and stabbed out as well. The green, jade-like sword gradually enlarged into a giant sword that was dozens of feet long. It was terrifying and heavy. On top of it, streaks of green qi flowed. Together with the inscriptions on it, it released a mysterious and sharp aura. It was like a divine sword that slashed down quickly. What? Another top-grade, spirit-grade sword. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a sword on him. Lin Xian waved the wind shadow sword. Terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions, crushing the void. Streaks of sword qi that were hundreds of feet long slashed forward quickly. The two sword lights intersected, and it was as if two furious dragons were roaring as they fought each other. In an instant, the sky was torn apart. The sword qi turned into a rain of light that scattered in all directions. Every strike could sink the earth. Kill! On the other side, the elder of the Huang family in black armor also attacked. He was like a black god of war walking in the void. Every step he took cracked the void. He punched out, and his fist, which was wrapped in black armor, rapidly enlarged. It was like a black, demonic mountain, rapidly crashing over. Bam! 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 Lin Xian wielded the wind shadow sword and stabbed it into the sky. Every strike caused the sky to tremble violently. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. He fought against two Huang family elders by himself, waving out streaks of sword qi that caused people's hearts to tremble. Every time they collided, the sky would be torn apart. It was like a clap of thunder that fell in all directions. Everyone was hit by the shock waves. Their bodies trembled, and many people quickly retreated with blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths. This young man is too terrifying. Many people were shocked. Impossible, this is impossible. As for the Huang family disciples, their faces were filled with disbelief. Two of their elders were wielding top spirit step treasures, but even after joining forces, they still weren't able to defeat this young man. This was just too shocking. They couldn't accept it. This child is incredible. When he grows up in the future, he will definitely defy the heavens. An older generation figure sighed in admiration. Hong Wuji clasped his hands behind his back and glared at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as sword qi surged from his body. He was equally shocked. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded his expectations. Interesting. It's rare to meet such an opponent. Hong Wuji revealed a sinister smile. He looked like an evil god. At this moment, the battle situation in the sky changed again. The white-haired elder tossed the purple sword into the air. Countless rays of purple light surged out from the sword, forming streaks of sword qi that shot out in all directions. In an instant, tens of thousands of purple rays of light shot into the sky. Each ray of purple sword qi was like a waterfall that fell from the sky. Tens of thousands of similar sword qi fell, forming a huge cage that trapped Lin Xian. This scene was extremely shocking. The entire sky was filled with purple qi and murderous intent. Lin Xian was directly below the purple sword and was surrounded by countless purple sword qi. Moreover, those terrifying sword qi quickly pierced towards his body. On the other side, the elder in black armor also made his move. His body expanded rapidly and finally became 100 meters tall like a giant. He waved his fist and struck out with a terrifying force. It was like a meteorite from outer space that ruthlessly smashed into the ground. This force was shocking and very strange. It directly passed through the purple sword light and surged towards Lin Xian. The tens of thousands of sword lights in the surroundings glowed brightly, forming a purple cage that trapped Lin Xian. As expected of an elder of the Huang family. How terrifying! When the two of them worked together, they could even contend against a third-level venerable. That kid is dead for sure. No one who dares to provoke our Huang family will have a good ending. The Huang family disciples were all excited. In the next moment, the sky trembled violently and an earth-shattering explosion spread in all directions. Is it over? The Huang family elders in the sky heaved a sigh of relief. That kid was really difficult to deal with. If he grew up, he would definitely be a huge threat to their family. This is your strength? How pitifully weak. Suddenly, a disdainful voice rang out from the energy storm. What? He's fine. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Impossible. The pupils of the Huang family elders in the sky constricted, and their faces were filled with shock. They stared at the energy storm in the center, and their breathing gradually became heavier. Soon, the violent energy storm dissipated, revealing the figure in the center. They saw Lin Xian standing in the void. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and there was no trace of damage. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The two elders who attacked went crazy. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Their attack just now was enough to injure a third-level venerable, but the young man in front of them was unharmed? This had already exceeded their imagination. Humph, ignorant. Lin Xian sneered. When he was attacked just now, he did not hesitate to use the shadow of the Red Lotus armor to block all the attacks. That was why he looked unharmed. However, it was really dangerous just now. If he did not have the Red Lotus armor, he would have been in danger. When he thought of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. You're done attacking. It's my turn now. The voice was cold, and it was like a god of death walking out from the void. Countless blood vessels surged and wrapped around the wind shadow sword, forming a scarlet light. He held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger, and the murderous aura became denser. In the end, a boundless sea of blood condensed around him, and a terrifying illusion appeared. Damn it! Stop right there! The white-haired elder and the elder in black armor were horrified. They quickly moved to stop the other party. The purple sword light and the black fist quickly swept through the void and blasted towards Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, red lines appeared in front of the crowd and formed a huge shadow of the armor. It blocked in front of Lin Xian and blocked all the attacks. Lin Xian sneered and walked over step by step. He never stopped walking, and the rhythm of each step did not even change. He walked confidently and calmly towards the elder of the Huang family. In the next moment, he raised the long sword in his hand and quickly stabbed at the white-haired elder. You're courting death! The white-haired elder roared and waved his purple sword. Countless purple sword lights surged out like a purple waterfall and surrounded him in the air, forming a solid defense. However, all of this was useless. Lin Xian's murderous intent and attack power were at their peak, and those purple sword lights could not stop him at all. The blood-colored sword light fell and cut everything in front of it in half, including the body of the white-haired elder. With a clench of his hand, Lin Xian took the elder's storage ring. Then the blood sword vibrated and formed a suction force that sucked all the essence and blood of the dead white-haired elder. After doing all this, he turned to look at the elder in black armor. Chapter 807. The elders of the Huang family were all dumbstruck. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Their family's expert had been cut in half by a young man. They couldn't accept it at all. Now, many of the elders were regretting. What kind of demon had they provoked to be so powerful? The elder in black armor felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, he was being stared at by Lin Xian, and his whole body trembled. Although the armor was a top spiritual rank artifact, it couldn't withstand the shocking, killing intent. He was like a small boat in a sea of blood that could be overturned by a huge wave at any time. This feeling was too terrifying and too powerless. He didn't feel this way even when facing the family's experts and the venerable from Sanchong village. Stop! Don't fight, don't fight! The elder in black armor shouted loudly. He was really scared. His companion's strength was similar to his, and he also had a top spiritual rank artifact. However, he was still cut in half by the young man. This scene deeply stimulated him. He knew that the young man in front of him couldn't be judged by common sense. This matter is our Huang family's disciples' fault. I'll go back and teach them a lesson. The grudge between us is over, the elder in black armor said quickly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the powerful Huang family to admit defeat. Stop fighting. Lin Xian sneered. Stop fighting? You brought a group of people to kill me? Stop fighting? 6 of you besieged me? Stop fighting? You used top-rank artifacts to kill me? Now that you can't beat me and say stop fighting, I want to know if I can beat you and say stop, will you hold back? Lin Xian's lips curled into a mocking smile. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. If I can't beat you, I'm afraid I'll be killed by you mercilessly. Now that you're telling me to stop fighting, do you think I'll let you go? Lin Xian didn't hesitate and quickly slashed down with his sword. Kid, you're courting death. Don't be so shameless. The elder in black armor was furious. He had already lowered his stance, but Lin Xian still wanted to attack. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. The funny thing was, they were the ones who chased after Lin Xian first. Now that they couldn't beat him in the middle of the fight, they wanted to stop? How could it be so easy? Block it for me, the black-armored boss shouted, and the black armor on his body bloomed with a black light. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the black-armored elder was sent flying, coughing up blood. However, he did not suffer any external injuries. The sword chi was blocked. Ha 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 ha! I have a spirit-grade battle armor. Even if you have a sword of the same grade, it will be difficult to break through my defense. In other words, you can't kill me. Lin Xian scoffed. People like you don't need to exist in this world. She held the killing sword in her hand and walked forward step by step. It's useless. You can't break my defense. The elder in black armor sneered disdainfully. Can't break your defense? You're thinking too much. Lin Xian quickly swung his sword. The killing sword hummed and enlarged in the air. It was 100 feet long like a mountain ridge. Lin Xian held it in his hand and slashed it down quickly. The sword was extremely fierce and powerful. It was as if it could cut the sky open. Boom! The terrifying attack landed on the elder in black armor and sent him flying. The elder flew backward and spat out blood. Although the black armor was extremely hard and could defend against swords and sabers, the powerful impact went through the armor and hit him directly. The power almost made his body split open. What? Damn it! The elder in black armor looked ferocious. He couldn't believe it. In the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in front of him again. The giant sword in his hand fell quickly. The sword light flashed and connected heaven and earth, forming a strange and terrifying scene. Bang! The black-armored elder was sent flying again. His black armor shone with flowing light, blocking most of the force. However, the terrifying killing intent and shocking sword intent could not be eliminated. It directly bombarded the black-clothed elder as if it wanted to tear him apart. Stop, stop! Let's talk! The elder in black was terrified again. He realized that Lin Xian still had the ability to kill him. Therefore, he had to lower his head and beg for his life. At this time, the elders around were also furious. They all attacked, trying to stop Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not give them a chance. A long black sword appeared in his hand, exuding a terrifying aura of death. Sword of Nirvana. The sword stabbed out, and the strange, long black sword quickly sucked away the elder's vitality. Then, a shocking and strange scene appeared in the sky. The long black sword did not pierce the elder in black. However, the elder's body gradually withered and his face aged. It was as if he had aged more than 100 years in an instant. Soon he turned into a pile of bones. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, turning the bones into dust. Then he grabbed the black armor and put it into his storage ring. Die, little thief! Leave the treasure behind. At this time, the elders from the imperial family rushed over again, trying to surround Lin Xian. At the same time, a shocking roar came from afar. Several terrifying auras appeared like ancient fierce beasts covering the whole sky. Lun Clan! The Lun Clan's experts are here. Everyone was shocked. The other big clan in Wenfeng City had finally sent an expert. Haha, kid, you're dead. The elders from the Huang clan were excited. Lin Xian's eyes flickered and his brows furrowed. He snorted and put away his long sword. I'll spare your lives today. However, I'll make sure the Lun clan and Huang clan disappear from Wenfeng City. Then his body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the sky. Stop him. Don't let him run away. The elder from the Huang clan was shocked. They had waited so long for the Lun clan's experts to come. They would not let him escape. However, they were powerless. The earth-ranked movement technique was extremely mysterious. It was not something they could compete with. In an instant, countless figures appeared in the sky, and each of them seemed real. These people could not tell which one was the real Lin Xian. When they destroyed all the illusions, they found that Lin Xian was long gone. Swoosh! Swoosh! Dozens of figures landed, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Who dares to kill the disciples of the Lun clan? A shocking roar sounded, and it made people's blood spurt out. Where's that little thief? Tell him to come out and die. The Lun clan's experts looked around angrily, and their bodies were full of killing intent. However, when they saw the blood on the ground and the Huang clan's casualties, many of their pupils shrank. That little thief escaped. But don't worry, he's been hit by our Huang clan's blood qi tracking technique. There's no way he can escape. Chapter 808. But we need to discuss how to capture this brat. They had no choice. The other party was powerful and had a strange movement technique. They didn't want to admit it, but he was definitely at the top of the younger generation. If they wanted to kill such a person, they had to deploy their force as well. Lin Xian left Wind-Seeking City and came to a nearby forest. He had gained quite a lot from this battle. The purple longsword and the black armor, the two top-grade spirit-grade artifacts, had been taken by him. The elders of the Huang family must be mad with anger right now. However, Lin Xian didn't feel guilty. In this world, if he didn't kill others, he would be killed. This was the law of this world. He had to adapt. Putting on the black armor, Lin Xian infused his spirit energy into the armor. Suddenly, the black armor shone brightly. Then, the light dimmed and became a tight fit, forming an inner armor. Top spiritual grade artifacts could change their shape at will. Not only could they shrink, but they could also enlarge. It was very magical. The purple longsword was on the same level as his wind shadow sword. It was also a good offensive artifact. In addition to the two artifacts, the storage rings of the two people were very rich. Other than that, what made him even more surprised was that his Blood Sword King inheritance seemed to have improved and broken through. After absorbing the blood of so many experts, his Blood Sword King inheritance had finally broken through the first level and reached the second level. In this way, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Now he could even fight against a third-level honorable realm expert. This made him very happy. As expected of a king's inheritance, it was very powerful. There's someone. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. They had actually caught up. His figure flickered, and he disappeared on the spot. Not long after, 10 figures landed and crushed everything in the surroundings into powder. These 10 people had powerful auras and were all second-level honorable realm experts. Damn it, that little thief ran away again. Among them, the elder of the Lung family said fiercely, "No matter, he can't escape from our hands." An elder of the Huang family sneered, "He was hit by our Huang family's secret technique. In our eyes, it's impossible to hide. It's only a matter of time before we find him." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the 10 venerables quickly flew away and disappeared on the spot. In front of him, Lin Xian frowned. He had changed his position many times, but the other party was still able to clearly see him. This caused his expression to become somewhat gloomy. "Kid, there's a special mark in your body. It must have been left behind by the witch before she died," the Crimson Dragon said. "Mark?" Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He suddenly recalled that Huang Xiaoxiao had used her remaining HP to attack him before she died. Although he didn't feel anything at the time, it seemed like it was some sort of tracking mark. He was like a lamp in the dark night, clearly visible and with nowhere to hide. Thinking up to this point, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. While flying at high speed, he used all of his soul force to scan every inch of his body. In the end, he discovered something unusual. If it wasn't for his powerful soul force, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. "Even after hiding so deeply, I still managed to find you." Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He mobilized the great dragon's sword soul in his body and quickly destroyed the dark red mark in his body. What? Lin Xian was a little surprised. He found that the great dragon's sword soul couldn't destroy the mark. After trying a few times, his face became gloomy again. This situation was very strange. It was reasonable to say that the great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art. There shouldn't be anything that couldn't be destroyed. However, the current situation surprised him. The great dragon sword soul is indeed an offensive saint art. But now that it has become your martial soul, it needs your strength to nurture it. The current strength of the great dragon sword soul is far from what it used to be. The Crimson Dragon explained, "Only when your strength gradually increases will the great dragon's sword soul become more fierce." Now it seems that with your current strength, the great dragon sword soul can't immediately destroy this mark. Moreover, this mark isn't an ordinary mark. It seems to be some kind of ancient secret art. If you want to destroy it, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He could only use the great dragon sword soul to slowly destroy the mark in his body. But before that, he could temporarily trap the mark and make it lose its senses. In the next moment, countless sword qi intertwined, forming a careful cage that sealed the dark red mark. Behind him, the pupils of the Huang family's elders suddenly shrank and they stopped. "What's wrong? Did you find that kid?" the Lung family's expert asked. "Damn it, how is that possible? I can't sense him anymore." The 4 Huang family's elders' expressions became very ugly. They tried to sense him again, but they couldn't sense his location at all. "This is impossible," one of the Huang family's elders screamed. He couldn't believe that the other party could destroy their family's secret art. One had to know that the secret art was very powerful. Even a third heaven's supremacy couldn't destroy it. However, a first-layer Martial Highness Realm kid had managed to nullify their sealing technique. After hearing this news, the Lung family's experts fell silent. Their expressions didn't look very good. "What should we do? Should we split up and search? With the 10 of us, that kid can't escape at all." One of the Lung family's experts said, "No, absolutely not." The Huang family's elders shook their heads. "That kid's battle strength is very strong. If we fight him alone, none of us will be his match. If we act rashly, it's very likely that he will defeat us one by one. Then what should we do? Do we just go back like this?" The Lung family's experts were unwilling to give up. "I don't think that kid can destroy our family's secret art. He must have used some method to hide temporarily. As long as we search more, we will definitely be able to find him." In the end, the 10 experts discussed and decided to act together. In the depths of the forest, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon began to set up a formation. He wanted to make sure that those who were chasing him wouldn't be able to return alive. However, he wasn't anxious. Instead, he waited patiently. Firstly, he needed time to slowly erase the mark in his body. Secondly, the other party had sent out 10-second heaven supremacies at the same time. They were extremely powerful. Even he had to be careful when dealing with them. Fortunately, other than the great dragon sword soul that could erase the crimson mark, he also had the heaven-changing technique that could conceal his aura. This ensured his safety. 3 days later, Lin Xian decided to act. He deliberately released a wisp of his aura to lure the 10 experts into the formation so that he could destroy them one by one. That kid's aura has appeared. Suddenly, the Huang family's elders in the forest behind him were overjoyed and sped up. Very soon, the 10 experts arrived and scanned the surroundings. That kid's aura just appeared here. He can't have gone far. The 10 supremacies wandered around nearby. However, in the next moment, the air suddenly fluctuated. The scene around them changed drastically, and a shocking light enveloped them. Chapter 809. It's a formation. The 10 experts were shocked. They didn't expect the other party to set up a formation to wait for them. It's just a formation. Do you think you can trap the 10 of us? What a joke. The Lung family's expert was disdainful. The other party was just a first heaven, venerable realm cultivator. What kind of powerful formation could he master? Moreover, the 10 of them could kill a third heaven, venerable realm cultivator if they joined forces. Breaking a formation would be a piece of cake. Therefore, they didn't take the formation seriously at all. But soon, they fell silent and their expressions turned ugly. They realized that they had underestimated the formation. After a series of attacks, not only did they not break the formation, but they also lost contact with each other. It could be said that the formation's power and strangeness were completely beyond their expectations. The 10 experts were trapped in the formation and couldn't get out for a while. Originally, they thought that this was just an ordinary array that could be opened with some strength. However, they found that they were wrong, very wrong. The formation was stronger than they had imagined, and it was also very strange. They struggled for so long, but couldn't break it at all. In fact, this was very normal. Although these people were second heaven venerable realm cultivators and were powerful, the formation was set up by the Crimson Dragon. Ruzalong, who had lived for thousands of years, was far more knowledgeable and experienced than these people. The formation he set up was quite terrifying. Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword and slowly entered the formation. With a flash of light, he arrived in front of an elder. This was an elder of the Lung family, a second heaven venerable realm cultivator. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately shouted angrily, "You're that thief! Come and die!" He held a huge long saber in his hand and slashed forward. The saber flashed like a violent dragon, and the terrifying saber light was connected to heaven and earth. Lin Xian used an earth-level movement technique and moved quickly in the air, easily dodging the attack. Then he shouted coldly and slashed down with the wind shadow sword. This sword was too terrifying, and it even split the void. A terrifying sea of blood appeared in the surroundings, and endless sword light gathered like a waterfall, turning into a sword light that quickly slashed toward the other party. In an instant, the Lung family's expert turned pale with fright. He felt the power of the sword light, and the aura was enough to threaten his life. "I can't take it head-on." These words appeared in the mind of the Lung clan's expert. This was the result of his many years of experience and instincts. Stomping his foot, the Lung family's expert turned into a beam of light, shooting up like a bolt of lightning and dodging the attack. Boom! In the next moment, the sword ray fell, shattering the ground. A pitch-black hole appeared, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Since the first sword had missed, the second sword had already pierced out. Like a shocking dragon, it quickly chased after the Lung clan expert. The The terrifying sounds of battle immediately attracted the attention of the other experts. Many of them looked solemn as they scanned the surroundings. However, they were in the illusory matrix and could not distinguish the real location. Ah! An extremely miserable cry rang out, echoing in the surroundings. "Third brother!" Among them, the Lung clan's experts roared angrily and quickly rushed out. They could tell that the scream came from their dead comrade. This meant that the other half of them had most likely been killed. However, no matter how they flew, they were unable to break through the illusion array. Not long after, another scream was heard. This time, it was from an elder of the Huang clan. The remaining 8 elders were shocked. They roared angrily and attacked with all their might. They knew that they could not hold back anymore. If they could not break through, there was only one outcome waiting for them: death. Under the effect of the will to live, the 8 of them raised their cultivation to the extreme. They kept attacking the surroundings, causing the originally powerful illusion array to fluctuate and crack. As expected of a second-rank venerable, it seems that this array will not last for long. The Crimson Dragon sighed. "Too little time, and the materials are not complete. This is the best we can do. It's already not bad. It's already not easy to trap them for so long." Lin Xian was not disappointed. Killing 2 experts was enough for him. He still had time to play with these people. "Let's go." With a flash, Lin Xian disappeared into the horizon with the Crimson Dragon. Not long after, the entire illusory formation cracked open. 8 shocking auras gushed out like heavenly pillars, suppressing the surroundings and crushing everything within 1,000 miles into ashes. The powerful auras shrouded the area. Some people even used their soul power to scan the area. However, they did not find the middle level of the other party. They only saw 2 corpses on the ground. They looked like dried corpses without a single drop of blood. "Damned thief! I will definitely catch you and grind your bones to dust." The 8 experts roared towards the sky. In the next few days, Lin Xian set up traps from time to time. He released his aura to lure the experts, causing earth-shattering battles to break out in the forest. Finally, on the 8th day, he killed everyone. However, what surprised him was that the blood mark in his body was not destroyed. This gave him a headache. However, compared to the gains, his blood sword inheritance had improved again after absorbing the blood essence of the 8 experts. It had reached the peak of the 2nd rank. He believed that it would not take long for him to break through to the 3rd rank. After resting in the forest for half a day, Lin Xian adjusted himself to his peak state. He then flew towards Windy City. Windy City was bustling with people. It was getting more and more lively. There were less than 10 days to the Wanxiang auction. Some powerful experts had rushed over, not wanting to miss the event. However, while everyone was excited and happy, the Huang and Lung clans were in a gloomy mood. The 2 families had joined forces and sent out 10 powerful 2nd-rank honorables to catch the culprit. However, after 10 days, there was no news at all. This gave them a bad feeling. However, although they were worried, they did not believe that the culprit had died. The 10 2nd-rank honorables could kill a 3rd-rank honorable if they joined forces. It would not be a problem to deal with a 1st-rank thief. However, after waiting for a few more days, their hearts slowly sank. After such a long time, even if they could not catch the culprit should have returned. However, there was no news. This meant that the culprit was most likely dead. After guessing this, the Huang and Lung families fell silent. They wanted to send out more experts to kill the culprit. However, the auction was approaching and they could not send more people. They could only put this matter aside for now. However, in Windy City, they kept a close eye on the culprit. As long as the culprit appeared, they would kill him mercilessly. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to use the great dragon Sword Soul to trap the blood mark. He then used the Etian technique to disguise himself and successfully entered Windy City. Chapter 810. Lin Xian saw Yu Fei when he returned to the small courtyard he rented. "Brother Xian, we have news from Flying Tiger City and Qingshan City. They are basically under control. Nan Gongseng and Ma Rulong have also come to the Blood Realm. They are both in Flying Tiger City. Send them a message and ask them to gather at Windy City." Lin Xian felt that this auction would not be easy. There would definitely be a huge battle. After all, a half-Earth rank weapon was too tempting. It was something that all experts wanted. Furthermore, it was not just a half-Earth rank weapon. There was also the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. That was the material to make the real Red Lotus armor. A few days later, the highly anticipated Wanxiang auction finally began. Everyone was excited and decided to show off their skills at the auction. They had to get their hands on the treasures. In the VIP room of the Wanxiang auction, Hong Wuji, who was dressed in red, sat on a soft chair. He was surrounded by 6 beautiful women. At this moment, he was looking at the auction through the strange crystal glass in front of him. "The Lone Star sword will be mine." Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly. At the same time, the other VIP rooms were filled with important figures and experts. In one of the VIP rooms, the experts of the Huang family gathered. "Send someone to bring the blood mirror to the entrance of the auction and wait there. If that little thief dares to come to the auction, kill him immediately." Yes. A few elders retreated and quickly made arrangements. They were going to attack together with the Lung family. If the other party did not come to the auction, then forget it. If he dared to come, then he would not be able to leave. Lin Xian used the heaven-changing technique to change his appearance and aura again. This time, he became an ordinary martial artist. He blended into the crowd and headed for the Wanxiang auction. However, when he approached the entrance of the auction, he felt uneasy. It was as if something was about to happen. This was a subtle instinct of his body. After so many years of fighting, his sensitivity to danger had reached a terrifying level. Therefore, as soon as he felt excited, he immediately came to a stop and stared cautiously at the Wanxiang auction in front of him. There were guards there to maintain order and collect entry fees. The crowd entered quickly. Everything seemed normal. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly. This was because he noticed that there were martial artists dressed in the uniforms of the Huang clan and the Lung clan walking around near the entrance. Furthermore, a crimson mirror floated above the building of the Wanxiang auction house, emitting a faint crimson glow that encapsulated the entire entrance. Seeing the red light, Lin Xian frowned. The dark red mark in his body began to throb violently, flickering with light as if it was attracted to something. "This is..." Lin Xian's face turned ugly. That damned Huang family, they actually arranged for surveillance at the entrance. He didn't expect the other party to set up such tight surveillance at the entrance of the Wanxiang auction. If he walked over, he would definitely be exposed. Otherwise, judging from their auras, they were definitely second-level venerated realm experts. They were even stronger than the ones he had killed. However, since that was the case, it was impossible to stop him. Not to mention anything else. Just the half-Earth rank sword and the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold were treasures that Lin Xian was determined to obtain. He had to attend the auction, no matter what. Thinking of this, he strode forward. Buzz! The closer he got to the entrance, the brighter the crimson mark in his body became. He couldn't suppress it at all. In the end, a crimson glow was emitted from his body, soaring into the sky. What, he's here! At the entrance, the experts of the Huang clan and the Lung clan were shocked, before their faces turned wild with joy. They had finally found their target. Brat Dai. A terrifying giant palm, like that of a demon, slammed down. Humph! Lin Xian harumphed coldly as he struck out with his hand, causing a shocking glow to appear. It was extremely sharp and collided with the palm, producing a clanging sound. The violent energy swept across the place, blowing many martial artists away. Whoosh! The two took a step back and stared at each other, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Stop! Fighting is not allowed in front of the Wanxiang auction house. At that instant, a loud voice could be heard, followed by a powerful force that warned the crowd. If you continue to fight, you will become the enemy of the Wanxiang auction house. You will be killed without mercy. The voice was cold and emotionless. Hearing this, the experts of the Huang clan and the Lung clan fell silent. They knew this rule. Don't worry, we won't fight here. A few of them said to the sky, then stared fiercely at Lin Xian. Brat, how dare you come out? I don't know if you're an idiot or a fool. Today will be the day of your death. A group of people go forward and surround Lin Xian. Although they couldn't fight here, it didn't mean that they would let Lin Xian go. As long as they could get him somewhere else, they could attack. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Not being able to fight here was not bad news for him. After all, this was the territory of the two clans. If a fight broke out, there might be some old monsters. Once he was somewhere else, he wouldn't have any worries. Thinking of this, he smiled and waved his sleeve, causing a mysterious jade platform to appear. Buzz! With a flash, Lin Xian disappeared from the spot. What? The Huang clan and the Lung clan were shocked. They didn't expect him to have such a treasure. It's a space teleportation. Chase him. Such a space teleportation array can't be far. Today, we can't let this brat leave alive. Everyone rose into the air and searched quickly. Whoosh! 100 miles away, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He immediately used the heaven-changing technique to hide his aura. Then he flew into the distance. Lin Xian's goal was simple. He wanted to leave Windy City and separate these people. Since the other party didn't know what was good for them and still wanted to kill him, then they shouldn't blame him for going on a killing spree. His figure flickered as he used his extreme speed to fly through the air like a ghost. In a forest far away from Windy City, Lin Xian landed and waited. He held the wind shadow sword in his hand and waited quietly. When he was flying, he deliberately left some traces so that those people could see it. Sure enough, not long after, there was a fluctuation of spiritual qi in the sky. It seemed that there was a huge aura flying toward him. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance with a smile. It's coming. In the sky, a black dot appeared. Then it quickly grew bigger like a meteor, bringing with it rolling airwaves. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow arrived nearby and landed on the ground. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a strong back and a strong waist. He was extraordinarily handsome, and there was a sense of oppression when he walked. His gaze was sharp like a sword. It was incomparably powerful, as if it could pierce through everything. Boom! He stopped 3 feet above the ground and floated in the air, looking down at Lin Xian. His gaze was like a knife, forming a materialized light that rushed downward. Die, brat! The middle-aged man's voice was cold and contained supreme power. It was like the sound of a heavenly bell, shaking the surroundings. Chapter 8:11. The surrounding forest shook, and the earth trembled slightly. One could imagine how powerful this middle-aged man was. He looked down from above. You dare to show yourself after killing my clansmen? No one can save you today. I will use your blood as a sacrifice to my clansmen. I've heard these words countless times, but every single one of them has become a corpse. Lin Xian's expression was cold. You are no exception. You will be the next. Humph, ignorant. The middle-aged man snorted. I will let you know how strong the Lung clan's true experts are. The middle-aged man stepped out, and his body emitted a strong light. At the same time, he sealed off the surroundings to prevent Lin Xian from escaping. Let's see where you can run to today. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Xian shouted as he pulled out the wind shadow sword and stabbed forward. Boom! The sword flashed like a dragon's roar, shaking the heavens and the earth. The whole ground cracked, and a 1,000-meter-long crack appeared. 100 fists. The middle-aged man also attacked, and his bronze skin shone brightly as he punched forward with a violent aura. The two collided, and a thunderous sound rang out. With a bang, the middle-aged man was sent flying, and his face revealed a trace of shock. According to the information he received, Lin Xian could not be so powerful. Could it be that this brat was still hiding his strength? He was shocked. In fact, he did not know that not long ago Lin Xian had successfully evolved the Blood Sword King's inheritance, and his strength had greatly increased. Compared to before, Lin Xian was much stronger. While the middle-aged man was shocked, Lin Xian was also shocked. Lin Xian had taken a blow from his sword and was not injured, which was rare. It seemed that Lin Xian was a body refining expert. At least, he was much stronger than the previous elders. Interesting. I hope you can hold on for a while longer. Lin Xian sneered. Humph. I guarantee that you won't be able to laugh soon. The middle-aged man roared, and the light on his body became even stronger. The entire ground was shaking as if there was an earthquake, and it was shaking rapidly. Rows of trees fell down, creating an area of tremors. The distant mountain peaks also swayed, some of them collapsing. A yellow aura gushed out and surrounded the middle-aged man. In the next moment, his appearance changed greatly. Countless hair grew out of his bronze skin. It was brownish-yellow, like the fur of a demonic beast. Soon, this sort of situation spread throughout his entire body. His robust body grew 10 meters taller, becoming even taller. Roar! The middle-aged man was like a demonic monkey as he roared into the sky. His voice was filled with a strong killing intent. Demon beast. Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the other party to have such a change. Instead of replying, the middle-aged man roared furiously as he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man's body changed shape. Yellow hair grew out of his body. His entire being was like a demonic ape, sinister and terrifying. He roared angrily, turned into a beam of light, and quickly rushed over. Bang! In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Lin Xian. His huge fist, covered in thick demon hair, quickly punched out. Pung pung pung. Lin Xian swung his sword continuously. Sword chi was like a continuous spring rain, forming a patch and colliding with the middle-aged man's fist. The two collided, creating a series of deafening explosions. It was as if two metals had collided. Lin Xian was surprised. The middle-aged man's strength was much stronger than before. At least he would not be sent flying by him. Not only that, the middle-aged man's sturdy body was like a treasure. He could actually resist his sword chi. No wonder he dared to come alone. He was indeed capable. However, Lin Xian was not worried. He let out a low roar and used the great dragon sword soul, greatly increasing his combat strength. Sword chi surged and a blood-red light flashed, illuminating the entire sky. A violent and fierce aura filled the surroundings, making him look like a sword god. Whoosh! He stabbed out with his sword. Sword chi surged and turned into a blood-red waterfall, hanging upside down in the air. Summer sword, great waterfall. Sword chi surged, exploding with a powerful explosive force. It quickly enveloped the middle-aged man and sent him flying. Boom! The middle-aged man's body trembled and flew out like a meteor, crashing into a mountain peak. No wonder you could kill my clansmen. You are indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged man stood up from the ruins and shook off the rocks on his body. I have merged with the mountain monster Ape's demon soul, but I can't break your sword chi. You are indeed powerful. The middle-aged man was very powerful. He was far stronger than the previous elders. Moreover, his martial soul was very special. After merging with the mountain monster Ape's demon soul, it could be said to be incomparably powerful. This transformation had greatly increased his battle prowess. However, he was still no match for Lin Xian in terms of combat strength. One could imagine how powerful the great dragon sword soul was. Merged with the demon soul? No wonder you became like this. You are neither human nor demon. You might as well call yourself a transvestite. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You are courting death. I will let you know the power of my martial soul. The middle-aged man's voice was sonorous and full of confidence. He shouted in a low voice, and his body expanded again. He was 10 meters tall with a green face and fangs. His entire person was no different from a demonic beast. When he took a step forward, the ground cracked. The aura on his body surged out in all directions like waves. Lin Xian frowned and slashed out with his sword, with the great dragon sword soul as the foundation. It evolved into a blood dragon that roared out. Boom! The blood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the air. It emitted a terrifying and heavy aura that caused the entire sky to tremble. At this moment, the middle-aged man below also roared into the sky. He raised his hands high and tore the sky apart. Mountain transformation. The pair of hands turned into 2 mountains that were as heavy as 10,000 kilograms and blasted into the sky. These 2 mountain peaks were too terrifying, even heavier than real mountains. They stretched across the sky, dark and oppressive, even covering the heavenly sun. A large projection appeared on the ground. It was like demonic chi. It was incomparably cold and carried a monstrous pressure. The middle-aged man sneered. He brought the 2 mountains and collided with the roaring blood dragon in the sky. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering sound could be heard as the entire void was torn apart. The 2 mountains bombarded and were struck by the blood dragon. Terrifying cracks appeared on one of the mountains. The entire top of one of the mountains cracked open and large amounts of gravel fell down. Those gravel splattered and landed on the ground. Each of them could pierce through the ground and create terrifying black holes. As for the blood dragon, it was also forced back by the mountains and became dim. Roar! Seeing the 2 mountains being shattered, the middle-aged man was furious. He roared and grabbed in all directions. Rumble! The ground cracked and countless mountains collapsed. They quickly condensed into a stone rod that was 100 meters long in the air. Boom! In the next moment, the middle-aged man held the huge stone pillar in his hand and waved it quickly. Boom! Boom! The power was too heavy. It directly crushed the void and covered the sky like dark clouds. Clang! The staff landed directly on the blood dragon's body, blasting it into 2 halves. Kid, give me your life. With the rod in his hand, the middle-aged man was extremely powerful. He was like a demonic king as he smashed towards Lin Xian. Chapter 812. Humph, crooked. See how I'll break you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then his long sword surged and sword chi gathered in the sky. Countless flames danced and spread in the sky, forming a vermilion bird. Lin Xian used the dragon sword soul to simulate the vermilion bird seal. Terrifying flames filled the sky and burned everything. The dragon sword soul was too powerful. This sword was even more powerful than the vermilion bird seal. It burned everything within 1,000 miles into ashes. Boom! The terrifying vermilion bird circled in the sky and collided with a huge stone pillar. Suddenly, a fiery red light burst out in the sky. It carried a blazing aura and surged in all directions. Like a volcano erupting, smoke filled the air. Heat waves filled the sky as if a volcano had collapsed. Crack! Boom! The huge stone pillar collapsed and melted. The flames quickly flew towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man let out a loud roar. Like a real demonic beast, he leaped out from the flames in the sky. With a leap, he charged towards Lin Xian. His eyes shone with a dark green light. At this moment, the light had solidified and was like 2 long spears. Fusing with demonic souls is still a small path. A martial artist is strong in his heart and faith. Let me show you what it means to be a martial artist. Lin Xian roared. The long sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light. It was like a fiery red sun hanging in the sky. Sword of Raging Flames. With this sword, the concept of fire surged out and lit up the entire sky. It was like a real sun descending rapidly. Boom! In an instant, the sun-like sword light shrouded the middle-aged man. Flames and sword chi exploded in an incomparably violent manner. Ah! The middle-aged man let out a shocking scream. All the hair on his body was burning. His body began to crack like porcelain and began to shatter. No, I won't lose, he roared to the sky. He was unwilling to admit defeat. With the flames and broken body, he charged towards Lin Xian. Star explosion. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He stabbed out with his long sword. A ray of sword chi flew out like a meteor and instantly hit the middle-aged man's huge body. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the sword chi exploded, producing an intense energy shock wave that directly shattered the middle-aged man's body into pieces. The smoke dissipated and the ground was a mess. The ground was covered with broken corpses and remains, and it was scarlet red. A powerful second-rank venerable had died just like that. Using his finger as a sword, Lin Xian carved the word Lin on the ground. Then he left without looking back. This was not the first, nor would it be the last. Lin Xian released his soul power and covered the surroundings, sensing the presence of enemies. Since the other party had come to kill him, he would return the favor. Killing to stop killing, this was his method. Lin Xian killed the powerful middle-aged warrior and then turned to leave. Not long after, he met the second venerable one. That person was also a young middle-aged man. He was an expert from the Huang family. Without any hesitation, the two of them directly attacked, causing the sky and earth to dim. In the end, Lin Xian killed him. Once again, Lin Xian carved the word Lin on the ground. He took the other party's storage ring and left quickly. He used his Earth-class movement technique, and his speed was very fast. He traveled through the forest like lightning. The Wanxiang auction had already begun, and he did not want to waste any time. Finally, he met the third expert. It was an old man with a powerful aura like an erupting volcano. His combat strength was very shocking. This old man was even more powerful than the previous two experts, and he had rich combat experience. However, in the end, he was still killed by Lin Xian. Blood stained the sky as the entire corpse was cut in half by the long sword. If the Huang and Lung families knew that they had lost so many experts, they would definitely regret it. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky, as if 3 meteors were falling from the sky. Terrifying spiritual energy surged over like waves, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared and descended from the sky. They surrounded Lin Xian in a triangular formation. Looking at the traces of battle around them and the corpse that was cut in half on the ground, the 3 experts' faces turned cold and murderous. Without further ado, the 3 of them attacked at the same time, determined to kill Lin Xian. The 3 of them were very powerful. 2 of them were experts from the Lung family, and 1 was an elder from the Huang family. The 3 of them worked together, and their combat strength was shocking. They sealed off all directions. In the void, a blue light shone. A huge spear head transformed into a dragon and charged toward him. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and its momentum was terrifying. Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps, leaving behind an illusion in the air as he quickly dodged the stunning attack. However, in the next moment, his heart raced as a strong sense of danger filled his heart. Using his movement technique, Lin Xian roared and moved quickly. At the same time, he used the Red Lotus armor to protect his body. Buzz! Streaks of red patterns appeared around him. They intertwined to form an illusory battle armor that enveloped him. At the same time, the sound of the air being torn apart came from behind him. A powerful force, like that of an ancient ferocious beast, quickly bombarded the Red Lotus armor. The two collided with a deafening sound. The terrifying force sent the Red Lotus armor and Lin Xian flying. Boom! 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 Lin Xian only came to a stop after smashing through dozens of mountains. Walking out of the rubble, Lin Xian was shocked. If he had not reacted quickly and summoned the shadow of the Red Lotus battle armor, he would have been severely injured. The attack just now was too terrifying. Other than the Red Lotus armor, nothing could have withstood it. His eyes flickered as he looked up. A tall figure appeared where he had been standing. The muscles all over his body bulged like dragons. In that person's hand was a huge bronze hammer. It was that hammer that sent him flying. Two other figures stood on both sides of the burly man. One of them held a purple spear and was surrounded by a purple aura. The other person was standing on a light sword, and his entire body was filled with terrifying sword chi. The three of them looked like middle-aged men. Their auras were powerful, and they were filled with killing intent. "You're quite capable to be able to withstand my hammer without being injured," the middle-aged man with the green hammer said coldly. "However, even if you escape this attack, you won't be able to escape death. Any last words? Hurry up and leave them." The three of them were cold, and their expressions were filled with confidence and power. Lin Xian drew the wind shadow sword and held it in his hand. A terrifying aura also surged from his body. "They deserve to die, and so do all of you. Humph! You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I'll take your life today." In the next moment, the middle-aged man in the middle attacked. The green hammer in his hand quickly smashed out. The giant cyan hammer moved horizontally, growing larger in the air as it rushed over like a giant cyan mountain. He wanted to kill Lin Xian immediately, so he used all his strength in this attack. The void churned and the air cracked. Countless cracks spread in all directions. It could not be helped. The bronze hammer was too terrifying. Just its aura alone was enough to make the earth and sky unable to withstand it. The terrifying pressure was like the awakening of an ancient beast. It was terrifying and powerful, making one's heart tremble. It was a shocking scene. The green hammer had not landed, but its aura had already created a shocking aura. Chapter 813. Lin Xian held the hidden wind sword in his hand. Sword chi gushed out from his body like a heavenly pillar that connected heaven and earth. The surrounding mountains and earth turned into powder. Only the place where he was standing was unaffected. When the violent force entered the area he was in, it was quickly destroyed by the sword chi. The void was torn apart, and the air waves were pushed back. The green hammer quickly swept through the air, trying to smash Lin Xian into meat paste. Lin Xian only made his move when the green hammer was close to the ground. He stabbed out with his sword and slashed upwards. The sword chi flickered and shone brightly. The wind shadow sword quickly expanded into a 300-meter-long sword chi. It was like a green dragon that roared out and slammed into the green hammer. The great dragon sword soul surged and merged with the sword chi with a terrifying attack power. The sword was extremely sharp. The void trembled, and the green hammer swayed, leaving a clear sword mark on the ground. Sky-splitting blood sword. Lin Xian roared angrily and swung his sword again. Suddenly, the sword light surged, and the blood-red sword chi surged out like a sea of blood. In an instant, the green hammer was sent flying. It flew backward like a meteorite, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. Die. The middle-aged man was furious. He held the bronze hammer and swung it down mercilessly. Every strike created a bottomless black hole in the ground. The green hammer's shadow was vast and mighty, filling the entire sky. Its power could easily crush a second-rank supremacy. In an instant, the ground completely sank and cracked into countless pieces. Lin Xian was still standing on the ground and did not move. The ground around him was also intact. He held the wind shadow sword and slashed out several sword chi. Each sword chi was 300 meters long and surged like a blood-red rainbow. Although the bronze hammer was terrifying and powerful, it was completely useless against the blood-red sword Qi. After a short stalemate, it was mercilessly cut open. In the sky, the sword Qi was vast and mighty, like a heavenly pillar that swept across all directions. Lin Xian attacked with all his might, causing the entire sky to boil. Countless bursts of sword Qi surged out from his hands, and they were several times more ferocious than before. Lin Xian slashed out several hundred times in a row. Every sword Qi was as thick as a mountain and as fierce as a heavenly sword. It was extremely sharp. Tens of thousands of sword Qis crisscrossed. The sword sky shattered. The entire sky was like a shattered mirror. It was incomparably terrifying. Everything within 1,000 miles was filled with blood-red sword Qi. A monstrous aura of slaughter engulfed everything. Bang! The bronze hammer was pushed back again and again, unable to withstand the force. The middle-aged man was even more shocked, and his pupils constricted. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Every single one of those terrifying sword Qis made him fearful. What a powerful spiritual energy! How old is he? How can he be so strong? The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. Even he wasn't able to launch so many attacks at once, but this young man was able to do so with ease. The disparity between them was obvious. This kind of person is definitely a great enemy of the family. We can't let him live. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He took out a purple elixir from his storage ring, and it quickly appeared. In the next moment, purple lines appeared on his body and spread rapidly like demonic runes. Bang! 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 A deep sound rang out in the sky. The middle-aged man's muscles became even more powerful. His entire body expanded as if he had turned into a giant. He roared angrily. The green hammer in his hand trembled and quickly turned into a weapon that was 100 feet long. It filled the sky. Die, you little thief! As the hammer fell, the sky lost its color and the earth was pierced through. A huge shadow shrouded Lin Xian. The mountains and forests within 100 miles were all destroyed. Clang! The huge bronze demonic hammer slammed into the ground, shattering it into pieces. Lin Xian was crushed under the hammer. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged giant laughed out loud. His voice was like thunder resounding in all directions. What genius martial artist! Young expert? That's all you got. You're still killed by my hammer. He was extremely proud, and his face was filled with arrogance. Beside him, the martial artist on the light sword also laughed. Fourth brother's sky-shaking hammer is indeed powerful. It's worthy of being a top-notch treasure that can crush everything. Not to mention that kid, even an ordinary third-level honorable realm martial artist, wouldn't dare to fight against it. The middle-aged giant laughed. Indeed, no one can survive under my sky-shaking hammer. On the other side, the Huang family elder who was holding the spear also heaved a sigh of relief. We've finally killed that little devil. Now we can return to report on our mission. Before he could finish his sentence, the ground below suddenly trembled. Even the mountain-like, heaven-shaking hammer trembled, as if it was being lifted up by something. Oh no, that little thief isn't dead. The Huang family elder's expression changed. What? He didn't die. The middle-aged giant was also stunned. His expression was extremely ugly. He had just bragged that no one could survive under his sky-shaking hammer. Now that kid was still alive. This caused his expression to darken. Be careful. That kid is very strange. Don't let him escape. The two martial artists beside him looked solemn. The aura on their bodies became terrifying. Don't worry, the middle-aged giant said. My sky-shaking hammer is no ordinary item. That attack definitely took away half of his life. Wait for me to attack again. I'll kill him completely. Clang! Another earth-shattering sound was heard. The entire sky-shaking hammer trembled rapidly and made a buzzing sound. "Damn kid, I want you dead." The middle-aged giant was enraged. All the muscles on his body bulged, and a vast amount of energy was released. Bang, bang, bang. Countless rays of sword chi suddenly surged out from the ground. They were like pillars that rose from the ground. Instantly, the ground within 100-mile radius emitted light and shone in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of rays of sword chi rushed out and turned into a rain of sword chi. With a bang, the sky-shaking hammer was sent flying. On top of the hammer, there were 8 rays of sword chi that flowed rapidly along the surface of the hammer. Explode! In an instant, the sword chi reached the middle-aged giant's hand and quickly exploded, forming a terrifying impact. Ah, damn it! The middle-aged giant did not have time to react. His entire hand exploded, revealing deep white bones. "I'm going to kill you," he roared into the sky and threw out a punch. His fist shone brightly and was not inferior to the sky-shaking hammer at all. Meteor beyond the heavens. Below, a ray of light flashed and instantly pierced through the middle-aged giant's heart. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure appeared in the sky, and he looked extremely fierce. Below, there was an additional bloody hole where the heart of the middle-aged giant was. His enormous body also fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The ground cracked and blood gathered to form a river. This scene was too shocking. The 2 nearby martial artists were stunned. Just a moment ago, the arrogant middle-aged giant had died just like that. The 2 of them felt that it was unreal. Buzz! In the void, the sword chi fell again and slashed at the 2 of them. The 2 of them were shocked. They recovered from the shock and quickly dodged. Their eyes shone brightly, and they were like ghosts as they rampaged through the void. Lin Xian sneered. He stretched out his hand and condensed spiritual energy to form a huge golden hand. He grabbed the sky-shaking hammer and smashed it down. Chapter 814. Boom! In an instant, the void exploded. The terrifying force was like a demonic mountain, crashing into the martial artist holding the purple spear. Oh no! The martial artist was shocked and hurriedly dodged. The sky-shaking hammer was a top-tier spirit-grade treasure, and it was extremely powerful. It was said to be able to shake the heavens, so one could imagine how terrifying it was. Now that it was in Lin Xian's hands, it was extremely powerful. Whoosh! Although it did not hit the martial artist, the strong wind caused him to tremble. "Since you're here, don't even think about going back." Lin Xian looked up to the sky and roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he held the sky-shaking hammer and killed in all directions. Phantom sword dance. On the other side, sword chi flashed and countless light sword surged out, filling heaven and earth. The sword chi swept out, splitting the ground and cutting off countless heads, turning them into powder. Bang! Lin Xian held the sky-shaking hammer and swept it out, drawing a half-moon light in the air and instantly shattering all the light sword phantoms. Then he slashed out with his right hand again. Lightning surged, and countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. They merged with the sword chi and formed the thunder-killing sword, which was extremely terrifying. He used the thunder concept in this sword, which was powerful and violent. It was like a heavenly tribulation as it slashed toward the martial artist. The martial artist standing on the light sword condensed a 100-foot-long light sword in his hand and swept it in all directions, resisting the lightning. On the other side, the spear flashed and charged toward Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He raised the great dragon sword soul to the extreme, and his combat strength sword. He slashed out with his sword and cut the spear in half. Then he used the wind concept, and countless gusts of wind turned into wild blades that slashed toward the martial artist. Lin Xian fought against 2 martial artists at the same time, and he was extremely violent. The great dragon's sword soul was too powerful. His combat strength was heaven-defying, and every sword attack made the martial artist vomit blood. Impossible! This is impossible! The two martial artists screamed and trembled. They could not believe that the young demon king in front of them was so powerful. The two martial artists were shocked and could not believe that the two of them could not take him down. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the martial artist's attack power was too powerful, far surpassing that of a second-level honorable realm martial artist. Azura evil light. Peerless light blade. The two middle-aged experts roared angrily. They exploded with powerful strength and displayed powerful martial skills, preparing to attack with all their might. Humph, let's end this. Lin Xian also let out a long howl. He held the wind shadow sword in his hand and slashed in the air. Gale lightning sword, mountain river cleaving one sword. A gigantic sword appeared in the sky, emitting an ancient aura. In the next moment, Lin Xian leaped into the air and swung out his golden palm, grabbing the firmament greatsword in his hand. Chop! Boom! The giant sword fell, as if it was going to cut the world apart. The terrifying sword Qi shattered the opponent's martial arts technique and quickly enveloped the two of them. Ah, this is impossible. The two of them were alarmed. Their strongest attack had actually been broken just like that. The two of them couldn't believe it. This is an Earth rank martial art. One of them screamed, Earth rank martial art. He actually has an Earth rank martial art. Boom! The giant sword fell, cleaving through mountains and rivers and splitting the earth. When the sword Qi disappeared, the two martial artists had already disappeared. Not even their corpses were left behind. The power of an Earth rank martial art was terrifying. Now that Lin Xian's cultivation had become stronger, his Earth rank martial art had also become more terrifying. Not to mention the two of them, even an ordinary third-rank honorable martial artist would find it difficult to withstand. This was the importance of a martial arts grade. Once it was related to the word Earth rank, it would be superior to everyone else. This was the case for Earth rank martial arts, and even more so for Earth rank artifacts. However, a true Earth rank artifact had not appeared for many years. This was also the reason why a half-Earth rank artifact was so precious. It was an extremely powerful existence. If he had a half-Earth rank artifact, Lin Xian would have been able to end the battle with one sword. After carving the word Lin on the ground, Lin Xian disappeared on the spot. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a deafening sound came from the depths of the forest. A gigantic green hammer fell from the sky and pierced through the earth. Lin Xian sprinted all the way back to Windy City. He had already killed many people, and it was time to go back. At this moment, the Wanxiang auction had already begun in Windy City. As expected of a top-notch auction, every item made people go crazy. In a VIP room, Hong Wuji sat with an evil smile on his face. He looked down at the auction with narrowed eyes. This time he was only here for one item. That was the half-Earth rank artifact, the Lone Star Sword. He was not interested in anything else for the time being. In another VIP room, the upper echelons of the Huang family were gathered. One of them had a gloomy expression. It was the Huang family's great elder. What's wrong? Are those people not back yet? He frowned and asked. Not yet, but there shouldn't be any problem. The person beside him said. Let's ignore them for now. This time, we must get the Crimson Phoenix blood gold. The great elder's eyes flickered with incomparable sharpness. Outside Windy City, Lin Xian's path was blocked. Without saying a word, the two of them started fighting. In order to save time, Lin Xian directly activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and slashed out 9 shocking sword Qi, killing his opponent. Until he reached the city gate, he met another person. Humph, I knew you would come back. The person sneered. It's your bad luck to meet me. Die. He launched an attack with a terrifying martial skill. However, A streak of sword light split his attack into two halves. Bang! The powerful spiritual energy attack sent him flying. What? This is impossible. You are the ninth one. Lin Xian's expression was cold and indifferent. His body's killing intent soared to the sky. You killed them. Feeling the shocking killing intent from Lin Xian, the person's expression changed. It was too terrifying. Just the killing intent alone made his heart tremble. There was no way to fight. There was no way to fight. No, I have to go back and inform the great elder. The person did not dare to fight and quickly fled back into the city. You want to leave? Humph. Trash. Lin Xian sneered and moved quickly into the city. Great elder, this is bad. The person was like lightning, running through the void and rushing toward the Wanxiang auction. Boom! Behind him, Lin Xian wielded the sky-shaking hammer and struck out. The terrifying green hammer was like a mountain, covering the sky and casting a large shadow over the person. What is that? At this moment, everyone in the city raised their heads and saw the scene in the sky. They were so frightened that their scalps went numb. In the sky, a terrifying force surged and pressed down in all directions, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Boom! Puff! The giant hammer fell and smashed the person into a bloody mist. The person was already above the Wanxiang auction. He was only one step away from escaping, but he was still smashed into pieces. Who is that? It's so terrifying. The sky-shaking hammer. It's the sky-shaking hammer. Someone exclaimed. Isn't that the weapon of the Lung family's expert? Why would it attack the Huang family? Everyone was stunned. The Lung family and the Huang family were connected by marriage, so they were very close. But now such a thing had happened. It was shocking. Is there a conflict between the two families? No, it's not the Lung family's expert. Then who is it? Someone looked at the sky and exclaimed.